Committee will be dealing with matters to do with estimates of the recurrent and development expenditure for the year ending 30th of June 2026. Time when the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury is expected before Parliament to read the budget or to present the budget for the nation for the year 2025-2026 financial year. And what we have today is that the National Assembly, under the Committee of the Supply, will be appropriating monies for various state agencies and state corporations as well as state departments. The consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, this being general debate on this motion by the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee, that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-2026. The committee that is currently being led by the Honourable Member for Alego Usonga, Honourable Sama Tandi, laid its report on the table of the House on the 4th of June 2025, and that pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and Standing Orders number 239, these being standing orders of the House that guide the House on matters budget, approves the issuance of 2.5 billion shillings. This is 2.5 trillion shillings rather, from the consolidated fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th of June 2026 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule in the Committee of the Supply. After this has been read, the Speaker will then leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of the Supply as contemplated under Standing Orders number 240 that guides the House on the consideration of the budget estimates in the Committee of Supply. The question will be put for the House to adopt this motion, after which the committee will then move to the Committee of Supply and consider the various budgetary allocation for various offices, ministries, state departments, and so on and so forth. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has already stepped into the chamber this afternoon with the Sergeant at Arms with a mace before him, signaling that the business of the National Assembly will be kicking off seconds from now. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Do have a great afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mbunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeants, you can ring the quorum bell.
Yes. Well, the business of the National Assembly has just commenced this afternoon, but upon the commencement, we have the quorum bell on ring mode as directed by the Speaker to facilitate some minutes for members of Parliament who are yet to access the chambers this afternoon do exactly that, for the House to raise quorum.
The Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Act of 1994 provides for the establishment of a rehabilitation fund. The section specifically mandates that the fund shall be used to establish, maintain, and support rehabilitation centers, cover expenditures related to the care, treatment, and aftercare of persons recovering from drug addiction, support and training and deployment of personnel involved in the rehabilitation of such individuals, and to facilitate community-based programs for prevention, treatment, and reintegration. The country continues to grapple with a rising tide of drug and substance abuse, which has had a devastating impact on individuals, families, and communities across the nation. In recent years, the situation has been compounded by an increase in the availability and consumption of illicit brews, narcotic drugs, particularly in vulnerable and undeserved areas. The proliferation of these harmful substances, often sold and consumed without regulation, has led to severe health challenges, increased rates of addiction, and broader social instability. Honorable Speaker, while the government has enacted punitive regulations and carried out enforcement operations targeting drug trafficking and illicit alcohol, there remains a significant gap in rehabilitation, treatment, and reintegration services for persons struggling with substance use disorders. Despite the clear provisions of the law, the fund has not been operationalized to date, thereby impeding the development and expansion of rehabilitation infrastructure and services that are urgently needed to respond to the national drug and substance abuse crisis. Further, Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees every person the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes mental health care and support for individuals with substance dependency. The continued delay in activating the Rehabilitation Fund undermines the fulfillment of this constitutional right. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following. 1. Reasons as to why the Rehabilitation Fund, as established under Article 53 of the Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substance Control Act of 1994, has not been operationalized. 2. A report on the number, status, and geographical distribution of rehabilitation centers operated by government. And 3. Specific measures that the government put in place to assist individuals struggling with drug and substance abuse, including community-based interventions and access to public rehabilitation services. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Health, when can you bring a response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need at least 2 weeks. I know the complexity of the issues involved, so at least 2 weeks we should be able to get the result.
Right, 2 weeks. Thank you. Mashua Waithaka, Honorable Member for Kiambu.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44(2)(c), I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture regarding the sponsorship and nurturing of a top amateur golfer in Kenya, Mr. Michael Karanga. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Michael Karanga is a 30-year-old amateur golfer who hails from Dumberi Ward in Kiambu constituency and has been playing golf for the past 10 years. Over this period, Mr. Karanga has played in international games and performed exceptionally well in these games, earning the name of Golfer of the Year for the 2 years in a row. Last year, he emerged top golfer during the Ghana Open in Accra. He has also played in many countries, including the United Kingdom, Portugal, South Africa, Rwanda, Jordan, and Egypt. Currently, he's ranked 76th in the world men's golf amateur ranking and 4th in Africa. Honorable Speaker, despite the sterling performance and remarkable achievements, the government is yet to show any commitment in sponsoring him. Golf is an industry, and this provides an opportunity. It's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the following. 1. Plans put in place by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports to sponsor Mr. Michael Kangara, noting that he has consistently performed well and has the potential to represent the country on a global scale. 2. Report by the Ministry on the sports persons currently being sponsored by the government, including the specific sport they play in and the criteria used by the government to sponsor sports persons. And 3, the measures that the ministry has put in place to sponsor sports persons in the country who have shown promise in their various categories. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I can give a response in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks. Kaleba Misi, sorry I skipped your statement and went to the next.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44 Cap 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Lands regarding the delayed compensation to the Sokoni Community Development Organization project in Kitale town. This is for the land compulsory acquired by the Kenya National Highways Authority for the construction of the Kitale Endebess Swamp. That is classification C45 road. Compulsory acquisition of land parcels belonging to the Sokoni Community Development Organization project in Kitale town. This acquisition was referenced in subsequent Gazette notices, including number 11106 of 26 October 2018, Gazette notice number 8484 of 21st October 2020, and Gazette notice number 6376 and 6377 of 21st June 2021, to provide procedural updates to the public and the owners regarding inspection of plans and dates of notices of hearings for compensation claims by the affected persons. In compliance with these notices, the Sokoni Community Development Organization project submitted its claim for compensation to the National Lands Commission, and on 23rd July 2021, the Commission awarded compensation to the owners amounting to 1,928,792 Kenya shillings. However, up to date, only 964,398 Kenya shillings has been paid, and the balance of 964,394 Kenya shillings remains unpaid, with no clear communication or a commitment from the Commission regarding the expected timeline for completion of the payment. This prolonged delay has caused hardship to the members who were displaced and whose community operations were disrupted. Article 40, Cap 3 of the Constitution provides that if a person shall be deprived of a property for a public purpose, the government must make prompt payment in full of just committee on lands on the following. Number 1, reasons for the delay in payment of the outstanding compensation of Kenya shillings 964,394 to the Sokoni Community Development Organization projects. Number 2, the specific timelines within which when the National Land Commission will complete the outstanding payment of 996,394 Kenya shillings. And lastly, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. 2 weeks. Catherine Omanyo, Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2, Section C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the urgent need for expansion of the Busia-Kisumu Road and the Bungoma-Malaba Road to dual carriageways. Honorable Speaker, the Busia-Kisumu Road and the Bungoma-Malaba Road are vital transport networks in Western Kenya, linking key commercial towns and serving as transit routes for goods and services through the Busia and Malaba border points to and from the neighboring countries, including Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi. Notably, these major roads facilitate regional trade, contribute to local economies, and are integral in sustaining Kenya's position as a transport hub within the Northern Corridor. Honorable Speaker, the poor state and congestion resulting from the narrowness of the said roads continue to cause accidents and prolonged truck queues as they approach the Busia and Malaba border posts, affecting trade and transport. Further, the lengthy presence of truck drivers in those regions, particularly the Busia-Sega section of the Kisumu-Busia Road, has escalated cases of immorality and teenage pregnancies, posing serious social concerns. There is an urgent need to expand these key roads and designate truck parking yards so as to ease congestion, improve safety, and boost trade and economic growth in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. Immediate and short-term interventions by the Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Kenya National Highway Authority, Kenya, to address congestion and safety hazards pending the dualling of the said roads, including the timelines and budget. 2. The long-term plans, including financing mechanisms and projected timelines for the dualling the Bungoma-Malaba Road and the Kisumu-Busia Road. 3. The measures in place to address the social ills associated with the prolonged stay of the truck drivers in the affected transit points, particularly luring minors into illicit sex. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Transport, GK, when can you bring a response? Give him a mic.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Jared Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and allow me to make it clear that the
Jared Okello, you came late. This is round 2, we are calling that. You start by apologizing to the House.
That's what I'm coming to, Honorable Speaker.
You are starting with that?
Yeah, okay. That is exactly what I was coming to.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I apologize for coming late. You had called me
yes.
before, and I had not appeared because of some unavoidable circumstances. Honorable Speaker, the statement that I have is, I'm reading it on behalf of the Kabondo Kasipul constituency member of parliament, Honorable Eve Obara, who is out of the country. And here it reads, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the circumstances surrounding the tragic death of Mr. Alfred Ojwang, a teacher and social media influencer from Kabondo Kasipul constituency, while in custody at the Central Police Station, Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of June, this year of our Lord 2025, Mr. Alfred Ojwang was seized from his home in Kakoth Village, Kokwanyo Kakelo Ward, Kasipul, Kabondo constituency in Homa Bay County, by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI. He was reportedly arrested over allegations of publishing defamatory content online. Mr. Ojwang was initially detained at Mawego Police Station before being transferred over 385 kilometers to Nairobi, where he was detained at Central Police Station. This situation raises concerns regarding the legality of the transfer of Mr. Ojwang from Homa Bay County to Nairobi. Section 71 of the Criminal Procedure Code, Cap 75, provides that an offense must be tried by a court within the local limits of the jurisdiction where it was committed, or where the accused person was apprehended. No court order appears to have been issued to authorize the transfer as required by law and the National Police Service standing orders. Even more distressing is the report that while at Central Police Station, Mr. Ojwang was placed in a solitary cell where he allegedly hit his head against the wall in the cell. He was then rushed to Mbagathi County Referral Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. The circumstances surrounding his death remain highly suspicious, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Ojwang was the only son, and his death has left his family devastated. Article 21 of the Constitution places an obligation on the state to observe, respect, protect, and fulfill the rights and fundamental freedoms of all individuals, including suspects in police custody. The unexplained death of Mr. Ojwang in a police cell demands full disclosure, accountability, and redress. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number 1, report on the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Alfred Ojwang while in police custody at Central Police Station, including the legal basis for his arrest and reasons for his placement in solitary confinement. Number 2, the justification for the transfer of Mr. Ojwang from Homa Bay County to Nairobi County, contrary to the provisions of the law. Number 3, the current status of investigations by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, into the death of Mr. Ojwang, including whether an autopsy or inquest has been conducted, and lastly, the immediate administrative and disciplinary actions that have been taken against officers who apprehended and transferred the deceased to Nairobi and those who were on duty during the incident. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, you added your voice to this subject, and it is a testament that you are concerned on the plight and aspirations of the Kenyan people. And more importantly, you pushed for an impartial probe to be quickly carried out. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and we hope that an in-depth analysis of all the matters surrounding this death will be unraveled in good time. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Passaris had also filed a request to seek a similar statement. And before I give you an opportunity to joyride on that, I acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Nairobi Muslim Academy from Langata constituency, Nairobi, the SEK Junior School from Starehe, Nairobi, and Gakoe Mixed Secondary School from Gatundu North, Kiambu. Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to pass my condolences to the family members of the late Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, the autopsy results are already out, and it shows that he went through a really brutal death, and it's really sad. We're in a month where we want reparation and healing. We want this country to move forward. And I know that this is going to anger a lot of Kenyans. What I ask for is absolute expedition of the investigation, and I ask for the police for once to stand for the people of Kenya, to stand for justice, and to change their ways. Because if we try and play around with this case, it will not be good. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga has issued a statement on the same. It is time for us to address the wrongs and the rot that we have in the police service, but it's not all the policemen. I want people to know, I've seen on social media people calling for burning of police stations, attacking politicians. I want Kenyans to understand we're in this together. The police force is not all bad. The police force is there to serve us. So as we give condolences, as we ask for investigation.
Under the new constitution, is no longer a force, it's a service.
Yes, actually, yes, I understand that, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the correction. I just pray that the family finds peace and that we can do something right now to bring justice to this young man and all the lost souls that we've had in our country. Police brutality should end. The police should do what they're mandated to do and do it within the rule of the law as mandated and asked for by the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bowen, on the same?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the question by the Honorable Jared. And Mr. Speaker, my condolences to the family, the Honorable member.
Is Jared Okello is not a lady?
Okello, yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that a young man who just wrote something on a social media had to die. Mr. Speaker, when in Kerio Valley, bandits are brutalizing people, killing women and children, and there is nothing happening to them. Just because someone has written something on a social media, Mr. Speaker, and now his life is not there. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the security heads in the country, Mr. Speaker, to take this matter very seriously And Mr. Speaker, we want to condole with the family of Ojwang and ask IPOA to make sure that they investigate this matter and make sure those who are involved, Mr. Speaker, are brought to book. And Mr. Speaker, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, many of us here from the North Rift, Mr. Speaker, what people are going through there in the hands of bandits, and the police are just joyriding around town here, looking for people who are writing Twitter, writing on Facebook, and this one. They are not going for those bandits. So, Mr. Speaker, they must take their work very seriously.
Thank you. Meli Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to give my condolences to the family of the late Ojwang on his unfortunate demise at the hands of some rogue officers. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is unfortunate that at this time, after we passed a new constitution making the police service a service, that we still have people who are behaving in the manner that we have seen. Mr. Speaker, I'd want to call on the President to ensure that the police that have been found to be behind the death of Ojwang and who are actually tainting the name of the police should be charged and should be prosecuted, and it should be fast, because justice delayed is justice denied. The problem is we have seen in this country sometimes people are arrested, and when the angers go down, then the case disappears. To show seriousness, this case should be fast-tracked. And Mr. Speaker, if IPOA is not in a position to, occasionally the government has actually employed the services of external forces and external investigators. For us to have confidence, perhaps the government may need to even consider that, because it's really, really unfortunate that a young person should be killed in this manner. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell the public, sometimes I know the frustration of the public, but the members of Parliament are not the ones who are responsible for the death. We are actually feeling the same pain. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come from Homa Bay County, we even feel it more because this is our county. And so we don't want people in our county to be killed, even Kenyans to be killed, but especially people from Homa Bay County. We are only just the other day we lost Honorable Ngondowere. Now we are losing this man who is almost a neighbor to Honorable Ngondowere. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to see seriousness in the way the government deals with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to join the rest of the House and Kenyans in conveying condolences to the family of the late Albert Ojwang. Indeed, it's very sad to have lost such a young man in circumstances which are unclear, which in those circumstances themselves puts our National Police Service into question, especially when they give a statement which on the face of it does not make sense. Honorable Speaker, we urge the service, IPOA, and everyone who is investigating to actually do the best they can to unravel the mystery, to unravel the mystery so that justice is served on the family of this young boy who passed away in those circumstances. Sometimes we wonder why the police service actually has to conduct itself in the way it is doing. And what begs the question is whether their syllabus has changed since the days pre-colonial, or even the colonial days. Because we know very well during the state of emergency, we had these extrajudicial killings. Has this been carried on even up to today? Are there officers, whether senior or junior, who are giving instructions to have young boys executed? These are the questions we ask ourselves, and it is the high time we looked at the qualifications and the training of our police officers. Maybe there may be something wanting, the entry point level and the training they get at Kiganjo. Times have changed. We must now live to expectation. Justice must be done at all times, and we must condemn extrajudicial killings to the fullest. It should not be allowed, it should not be condoned, and this House should continue to condemn it day in, day out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is by all means a very serious matter. Yesterday, yours truly here and others spoke to it in the same manner that you are speaking. The chairman of Security Committee, this matter is causing a lot of anxiety, and the explanations coming out, for those of you who have read the book Steve Biko, it sounds like a Steve Biko story. And I would want to direct the chairman of security. I know Thursday is budget day, but we have half an hour before budget starts. You will bring a preliminary report and statement to the House on Thursday at 2:30 to inform the House and the country the progress so far made in the investigations and some response to the issues raised by the Honorable Jared Okello on behalf of Ifo Bara, the Honorable Pasaris, Mili, Morugara, and Bowen. And I know many members have issues on this. Hold your horses. When the statement comes on Thursday, I'll give you an opportunity. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. And just like the rest of us and majority of Kenyans, I want also to pass my condolences to the family. It is extremely very unfortunate incident, Honorable Speaker, that a young Kenyan dies in the hand of the police and where is actually supposed to be safe. Honorable Speaker, as you are guided, I want to confirm to you and Kenyans and this House that we are all disturbed. And this morning, we had already written, of course, and the clerk has even signed the letter to summon the IG and the IPOA to brief the committee on behalf of this House on what has happened and the update on the investigation, so that by the afternoon, as you instructed, I will be able to give at least a preliminary report on the same, Honorable Speaker.
I encourage you not to wait for them to brief you.
Yes.
I encourage you to interrogate them.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, actually what I wanted to, if it is even possible, the members who raised issues here, they can as well even appear and of course give support to the committee to really, because Honorable Speaker, heads must roll.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thursday at 2:30.
Yes.
Honorable members, in the public gallery, we have Kabungut Boys School, Bomet Central, Bomet, Solai Day School from Rongai, Nakuru, Mukuri Girls High School for Mara, Tarakaniti. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the schools, their students, their teachers, and all those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Responses to statements, administration, Tongoyo, to the statement by Doris Donya. Is Donya in the house? Donya, is she in the house? Yes, there she is. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as well as I respond to the statement being sought by Honorable Donya, Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence. Also here with me, Honorable Speaker, you remember last week you did instruct me to update the House on the latest investigation report in inquiry on the alleged abduction of George Nguibori, the Member of Parliament for Juja constituency.
Honorable Tongoyo, today is a supply day. We're going into the committee at 3:30. The Koimburi matter, I can see you with the volumes of files.
Very thorough investigation, Honorable Speaker.
You will do that tomorrow. Go ahead and respond to Donya in the shortest time possible, because we have to go into committee at 3:30.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker.
Bring your volumes tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. Honorable Speaker, in response to the question, a statement being sought by Honorable Member of Parliament for Kisii on the tragic death of Sylvia Kimonto and the escalating cases of gender-based violence, I want to start, and the member in particular wanted to know circumstances that led to the killing of Miss Sylvia Kimonto and how the suspect accessed the victim's room at the university, and the status of investigation and the action being taken to prosecute the perpetrators, and the immediate and long-term measures put in place within the institution of higher learning to guarantee the safety of students, particularly female students who remain disproportionately vulnerable. Honorable Speaker, I state as follows. In September 2024, Eric Mutinda Philip, the suspect, and the Sylvia Kimonto, the deceased, were both admitted to Multimedia University of Kenya to pursue a degree program in electronic engineering and the mathematics for computer sciences, respectively. The two became friends and developed an intimate relationship. However, on February same year, their relationship deteriorated, leading to separation. On the 28th March, Eric Mutinda traveled to his sister's residence in Kasarani, sub-county, for a long weekend visit, where he stayed until 30th March. Upon return, he proceeded to his room in Block E, hostel room 301, where he found his two roommates. While preparing for a scheduled hiking trip to Ololua picnic site, Eric realized he was missing a chest bag that he needed for the trip. In search of the bag, he went to Sylvia Kimondo's room, room 90, located in Block B. At the same, Sylvia was alone doing laundry since her roommate, Abigail Salama, had gone to church outside the university. During this encounter, Eric attempted to reconcile with her, urging her to resolve the issue that had led to their breakup. Despite his persistent efforts, Sylvia's family declined to rekindle the relationship. The situation escalated into a heated argument, and the suspect strangled Sylvia, resulting in her death. He then placed the body into a green media-sized suitcase belonging to the deceased and moved the suitcase to his own room. Later that day, he dumped the body in a rooftop water reservoir tank on the Block B. Honorable Speaker, on the status of investigation, Ms. Sylvia Ayaya reported the disappearance of her daughter on the 1st April at Langata Police Station, VIDE or bin number 3114 of 2025. Ms. Ayaya revealed that in her search for Sylvia, she had visited the university and checked her daughter's hostel room. While there, she tried to reach out Eric Mutinda, hoping he could shed the light on Sylvia's last known movement. However, the suspect refused to disclose any information. On the 2nd April, the university security team conducted a search within the campus. During the search, they discovered a body dumped inside a rooftop reservoir tank at Block B hostel. The university's management immediately reported the matter to the DCI Langata. At about 6, a team of officers from the DCI homicide and the DCI headquarters crime scene investigation, the Nairobi area, responded to the scene. The key evidence was collected from the scene, and upon examination, the body was positively identified as that of the Sylvia. The suspect then attended a church service at Jesus is Alive Ministries in Nairobi and gave Sylvia's mobile phone as an offering, after which he traveled to his family rural home in Sultan Hamud Township, Makueni. While at his rural home in a company of his father and mother, news came out in national television about the discovery of a body within Multimedia University rooftop reservoir tank, and it was at this point when he confessed how he killed the deceased before dumping the body in a water tank. Subsequently, his parents escorted him to Sultan Hamud police station, where he was booked under OB number 444/2025. The DCI homicide detectives collected the suspect from Sultan Hamd police station. During the interrogation, he confessed to the murder and also led investigators to the church where he had given the Sylvian's mobile phone as an offering. DNA samples from both the suspect and the deceased were submitted to the government chemist for forensic analysis. And on the 8th, the postmortem was conducted by the chief government pathologist, Dr. Johnson Odur, which revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia due to leakage strangulation along the blunt force injury to the head. Investigation established that Eric Mutinda acted alone with the motive identified as a relationship-related dispute. He was subsequently transferred to Capitol Hill Police Station and later presented before Kibera Law Courts for a miscellaneous application. The court granted 21 days custodial order to allow the completion of investigation. The DCI homicide team is working in close collaboration with the Office of the DPP to ensure appropriate charges are preferred on the suspect. The matter is scheduled for mention on the 28th April 2025 when the suspect, Eric Mutinda, will be formally charged with the offense of murder contrary to Section 203 as read together with Section 204 of the Penal Code. And I think that should be sufficient, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Donya, this matter appears to be a homicide case already before court. So you should tread carefully so that what you say and ask now does not prejudice the criminal proceedings before court. You may seek a clarification if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well conversant with that. I did media law, and what the chair has said is very correct. I've been following on the matter. This time, the statement has really has been captured very well. I appreciate that response, Mr. Speaker, and if you could allow me, people don't know the direct line for gender-based violence. Sometimes they want to report, they don't know the number. So if I can share the number, Mr. Speaker, it can help. And if also them, they expedite on acting on GBV matters. The number is 1195. Simple, and it works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Donya. Chair Housing and Chair National Cohesion, you'll give your responses tomorrow at 2:30. Honorable Joseph Tonui is in the House. You'll get your response, Honorable Member, tomorrow afternoon. Abdul Haro, you'll get your response tomorrow afternoon. Honorable members, before we call the next order, allow me to acknowledge Nairi Mirimo Primary School from Samburu East. Samburu is in the public gallery. I welcome the students, their teachers, and whoever is accompanying them to the house. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting time until conclusion of business.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like I say, today is Committee of Supply. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, I beg that, pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under Order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 10. That is Committee of Supply. Honorable Speaker,
this is one of those prime duties that we must conduct as a House. Honorable Speaker, if you allow Honorable Senior Ojwang.
Order,
And,
Honorable Ojwang.
Ojwang.
Member for Oraka.
Yes, senior. Yes.
That is better.
Yes, and this is his forte. He loves this committee of supply. So we have that today. So prepare your guns on this, Honorable Speaker. This is very important debate. This is very important work that we do. Budget cannot be budget without committee of supply. The money that we will appropriate here cannot be issued out unless we have committee of supply where we supply every department with funds that they require to run the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, this is noble duty, noble task. And therefore we request, in the event that we do not finish before close of business today, we extend time to ensure that we complete the business and ensure that we leave today when we have supplied all the money, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I know the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is one who participates very much in this debate, and therefore I'll request her to second me on approving the procedural motion to extend time of sitting until conclusion of the debate.
Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do second that this is a very straightforward procedural motion just to extend time. I do second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under order number 10, Committee of Supply. Put the question. I'll now put the question at order number 8, order, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under order number 10, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the business appearing under order number 10, Committee of Supply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, what it means now is that you will go on with the committee up to midnight. If you do not finish, then you will go on tomorrow morning. So we'll allow the proceedings to go on up to midnight. That's the end of the day. Today, 1 minute past midnight is tomorrow. So at midnight, we stop the clock. Tomorrow in the morning, if we are not finished, we have to get back to the committee so that we can finish, because whatever you are doing will inform and be part of the highlights of the budget statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury on Thursday afternoon. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. Third and final allotted day, question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Naika, take the nearest seat. Order, Honorable Wako, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-26, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th June 2025, and pursuant the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 239-1, approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,538,593,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3, Committee of Supply. 2, makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. And 3, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240, consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable GK. Okay.
Honorable Speaker.
Horses, GK, hold your horses.
Parliament, sijui huko chini. Not necessary, it would not even sit well with you. Ati wewe ni coordinator, alafu unatolewa, ukikuja, unaanza kuambiwa, ni position gani iko chini huku? Atupitwe. But you know, that's what it happens. That's what happens anyway.
Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of Supply.
Order, honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of Supply on the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Vote 1011, Executive Office of the President.
I propose the question
that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,372,401,534 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 11011.
Programs under vote 1011: 1. Government printing services. 2. General administration, planning and support services. 3. Government advisory services. And 4. Leadership and coordination of government services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1011 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1011 are contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1012, Office of the Deputy President.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,072,134,559 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1012.
Program under vote 1012, Deputy President Services.
I propose
that even though I'm a member of the Budget Committee, I think really we've said many times it's good to get our priorities right. I hope the money we are putting here is not the money we are seeing be distributed to Kenyans all over the country. I believe this money will be put in the right use because we said Harambes will not allow them. So I hope this money will be, it's not that money, Honorable Chair, as even we support.
Majority Leader, do you want to say something? No, let's just, question was being asked to the Budget Chair. Majority Leader, do you want to still say something, Honorable Owen? Okay, Honorable Atandi, proceed.
Madam Chair, before I respond, I would like to ask Honorable Tongoyo to just respond briefly, then I will conclude. The Chairman of Security.
Okay, Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, and I want to really confirm that Makalu is a member of Budget Committee, and he was there when I was actually defending the committee. And I can confirm to the House and to the country that the money allocated to these votes are prudently used. And actually, Honorable Chair, when you compare the monies in this vote, in the current office holder, versus the money that was allocated in the previous office holder, it's actually less by almost 30%. Yeah? So I just ask members to be objective. Let's not bring politics into this. We all know the office holder is not the first one in this office, and the money is allocated there for the good use of the country.
Honorable Atandi, proceed.
Yes.
Let's allow
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Atandi first to answer.
Honorable Speaker, let me first of all say that the budgets under this vote, we have really rationalized this vote. If you remember, Madam Speaker, the previous holder used to have 5 billion under this vote, under this office. And today we are having only about 3 billion. Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair, this is a constitutional office. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is an office that is assisting the President to run the country. It is not an office where somebody is spending money without work. And this is the person who assists the President to manage the affairs of the country, Honorable Speaker. So this vote is justified, and in fact, the office requires even more. We had to rationalize this vote to in line with the revenue projections that we are having at the moment. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under the vote 1012 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,072,134,559 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1012. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1013, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 866,803,092 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1013.
Program under vote 1013, Government Coordination and Supervision.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1013 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1013 as read out in the and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 866,803,092 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1013. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1014, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 363,508,889 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1014.
Programs under vote 1014. 1. Parliamentary liaison and legislative affairs. 2. Policy coordination and strategy. And 3. General administration planning and support services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1014 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question. Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. What I was saying, Madam Chairperson, if you listen to what the programs are, and these are the issues we are raising, Madam Chair. Coordination, administration. We are saying even as we do this, we could do better in terms of prioritization. I don't think some of these things, really, Madam Chair, will not make a lot of sense to a country where we are facing serious challenges in terms of health and education, even as we support.
Honorable Lawunda.
Chair, I find the programs under this vote extremely interesting, and more so to say, Honorable Chair, they actually contravene the Constitution of Kenya. I mean, Article 95 all the way provides that the work of Parliament belongs to members of Parliament. So what else are we doing here in this particular office? What kind of legislation? Yet all the bills that come in this house are under the majority leader. These are duplication and a terrible waste of national resources that could be better used to solve the myriad of problems that we have in this country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Owen Baya.
You know, the Honorable Oundo, Professor, needs to be educated on how a bill starts. The office that is mandated with liaising with Parliament, you know, the bill bears the name of the majority leader. but the majority leader just has the mandate to table it here. But there's a whole process that starts from cabinet, that starts from many ministries and all that. Before a bill is born to be a bill under the name of the majority leader, that bill has traversed and resources are required and resources are needed for it to become a bill to be tabled in this house. So, Honorable Speaker, even the bill that we are looking at now has not been authored or done by it's a whole process. So, Honorable Oundo, please step down the politics, look at the national agenda, look at the whole country, and let's move forward instead of raising mundane issues on an important issue called supply. Supply, Honorable Speaker, and I want to educate my brother, supply is supply. We will do it. Come and question the budget. Let's handle the supply.
I put the question that the programs under the vote 1014 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding 363,508,889 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1014. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 701,404,489 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1015.
Programs under vote 1015. 1. Public Service Performance Management. 2. General Administration Planning and Support Services. 3. Service Delivery and Management. And 4. Coordination and Supervision of Government.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1015 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1015 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 701,404,489 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1015. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs.
I propose the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 228,723,204 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1016.
Program under vote 1016, Cabinet Affairs Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1016 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1016 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 228,723,204 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1016. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1017, State House.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 8,578,908,099 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1017.
Program under vote 1017, State House Affairs.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1017 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Mbui. Honorable Nikal.
Chair.
Let me give Honorable Nikal.
Whereas I don't propose, I think in future, even this one, we should have the programs. This is a lot of money, 8 billion. Really, we need to know what is it that is being done. Just State House affairs is not adequate way of explaining to the public what we are doing with the money.
Yes, Honorable Makali.
You know, Madam Chairperson.
Let me give those who have
even under
the intervention.
Even under the Committee of Supplies, and we have been in this house for long, there is no harm making observations on this budget because we want to improve the process. Like under this photo of the State House, Madam Chair, what we are saying is we support it, but Deputy Minority Leader, we have so many mini state houses in this country. We should ask ourselves, are we getting value for money? And this is what we are saying, even as we do them, can we do due diligence to make sure that wherever they are, we are getting, because they have employees, they have staff members and everybody. It becomes very expensive. And we are saying we could make better use of some of these resources. It's not that we are opposing, but these are important observations so that as we go to the future, we have a record of what we are saying. We support Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chepkonga.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this. And I think Honorable Ninyikala has just requested just to know. If you are turned to the next page, Madam Chair, you would see under State House, for capital expenditure is 894 million shillings, not a lot of money, as compared to recurrent expenditure of 7.6 billion. So most of it is going towards recurrent expenditure. It is not even for development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. So I support.
Honorable members, I now put the question that, yes, Honorable, I didn't see, you don't have your card.
No, I have.
Honorable TJ, proceed.
It was just, yeah.
Just press the intervention button, yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, Honorable Nyikal is asking a valid question, but of course he knows that, for example, members of the Western Caucus last week, it's a public knowledge that they went to State House. That nyamachoma costs money. Yes, that nyamachoma costs money. But I think Honorable Nyikal is asking a valid question that can this all nyamachomas be costed? So that we know that nyamachoma is so much, and chicken is so much, and ugali is so much, so that we have a program-based budget.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Launda.
Yeah. Chair, again, let's be very clear. Honorable Baya has misled the country. The budget's being made now. The other time was just a committee report. So allow us to highlight what we think are areas of points of concern. While I accept that the presidency needs to run and function so that the country remains united, but combined the two, Honorable Chair, the Deputy President and the President having a recurrent expenditure of close to 11 billion looks obscene in a situation where we have tight physical environment. I hope those who are in charge will save some of that money so that when, as TJ says, we are given enough nyamachoma and tea whenever we visit State House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under vote 1017 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 8,578,908,099 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1017. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1018, State Department for National Government Coordination.
I propose the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 244,266,125 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1018.
Program under vote 1018, Government Coordination and Supervision.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1018 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1018 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 244,266,125 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1018. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 22,344,709,553 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1024. This is? Honorable members, allow me to take that again. I jumped to vote 1024 instead of vote 1023. So we are on vote 1023. I propose, I'll let you read it out first. Mm-hmm.
Vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 38,108,310,239 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1023.
Programs under vote 1023. 1. General Administration Planning and Support Services. 2. Prison Services. And 3. Probation and Aftercare Services.
I propose the question that the program under vote 1023 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Mheshimiwa
much as we are appropriating these finances to this State Department of Correctional Services, a very dangerous statement was made recently by one of the advisors to the President, to the extent
that people were buying positions to get into the prison service, which is a very dangerous thing, and the government must stop embarrassing itself and give Kenyans what belongs to them, especially young Kenyans who want to join these forces. We want to plead with the government to investigate that, because it came from a very senior advisor, Honorable Kuria, advisor to the president, that people are buying these positions to get into the prison service.
Thank you. I put the question that the programs under Vote 1023 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 38,108,310,239 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 22,344,709,653 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1024.
Programs under Vote 1024. 1. Migration and Citizen Services Management. 2. Population Management Services. And 3. General Administration and Planning.
I propose the question that the program, allow me to put the question and propose the question, then we can get to debate. I will give you an opportunity. So I propose the question that the programs under Vote 1024 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Okay, Honorable Karoli, now you can comment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm quite interested in getting to be updated or appraised whether we have made provision for issuance of ID cards to students while still in school free of charge in the ensuing financial year. I would like to hear that from the chair of that committee. Thank you.
Chair, budget, is it yours, Honorable Tongoyo? Honorable Tongoyo? The question is, have you provided for ID cards? For students particularly.
We have provided money for the same, but Honorable Chair, it's never enough. That's why we keep employing this House to keep adding the resources so that we can able to provide the same.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my members, I now put the question that the programs... Yes, Honorable Karoli, you're not satisfied?
I'm not satisfied. It would have been better if the Honorable Chair told us how much provision they have made for issuance of ID cards to students in school and what the shortfall is, so that we can prepare ourselves, other than having a generalization as an answer. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Member for Kwanza. The mic is behind you. Oh, there you are.
No, it's here. I got it. Chair, I think let's be more detailed, because we are passing some of these expenses in departments that we know, but we want the details from the budget committee, the details of the functions, whatever it is. Because it looks like we are just passing these things without even getting the details. That involves the 3-4 functions, and that's it. Can we get the details from the budget one by one, so can be able to approve whatever is coming before us with the details? We are not just going to pass it just because it has come and you have to pass it.
Member for Kwanza, I think if you look at your order paper, some of the last pages, it has the details explained so that you can say this is written here, but we need a further explanation. Yes, yes, Honorable TJ.
Madam Chair, is the member for Suba South, is he in order to imply that children in secondary schools should be provided with IDs? What is the average, really, what is the average age of a child in school in the present education system? Is he implying that 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds should be given IDs?
Yes, Honorable Bayer.
To respond to the member for Kwanza, Honorable Speaker, it is very important, and maybe to contribute to the general debate, that the Committee of Supply has 3 documents. The first document that we see here, and then the second document, which is the first schedule, and then there's also the third schedule. Honorable Speaker, if you want to understand what Committee of Supply is, you must look at all the 3 documents, so that you don't have to ask these questions of, can we get the details and all that, because the details are in the third schedule. And we need, Honorable Speaker, to have people to look at all those documents so that we can move in sync. The Committee of Supply can take longer than necessary, Honorable Speaker, if we go through the way we are going. It's long and tedious, Honorable Speaker, but we need to look at all documents, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Wamboka.
Madam Chair, budget making process is so important. So important for the honorable member not to say what he's saying, that we just need to go through it very quickly. No. Even if we take a month, even if we take how many days, we must interrogate the budget in detail. There is nothing wrong for Honorable Karoli asking those details. Yeah. And by the way, this thing is so bulky, if a member has to at one point look at this, what is being proposed here, and then he has to go to the other side, it will take forever. So relax, Honorable Bayer, we must interrogate the budget. Okay. Yeah, you have out of order, you have no point.
Honorable Owino, member for Diwa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Honorable member is misleading us. Yes. What we are looking for is the Schedule 2, which should have vote and programs. That's where the problem is. You just write like the State House. The State House is not a program. We need those programs spelled out, even as we support.
Honorable members, and I think maybe there is a 4th document members should always look at, is what was given at the committee reports. So, yes, Honorable Makali.
You know, Madam Chair, it's important that we get the process right. The country moved from itemized budget to program budgeting. So if you want to see in details, you must go to the printed books. So you can't be demanding those things when we are here, because we moved from itemized to program budgeting. And that's why we are discussing about programs. But no, you don't want to give me a chance to talk, and the deputy minority is misleading the House. This is my area where I specialize. So you need to consult me on matters budget.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under Vote 1024, program under Vote 1024, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 22,344,709,653 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable Carol, on the issue of ID card of the school children, those who are attain age of 18.
That's obvious.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm that we had allocated 1.6 billion.
That's obvious.
Because I
yes.
see majority even seated in the chamber.
Thank you.
And I think it's good to report that. Thank you.
Vote 1025, National Police Service.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 127 billion 91,374,077 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1025.
Program under vote 1025, Policing Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1025 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. What's your point of order, Honorable Mwenje?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to bring to your attention this issue of, or just to discuss the vote on 1025, the 127 million. Honorable Chair, we have the chair of the Security Committee here. And Chair, one of the issues that was raised in one of the votes before that was passed on correctional services regarding recruitment of prison constables. Now, Chair, in this vote, it confirms there will be recruitment. If you look at it into detail, there will be recruitment of police officers in the 400, I believe, sub-counties. Honorable Chair, I would beg the House that we get confirmation from the Chair that the recruitment of the police officers will not be what happened before. They will be recruited from the sub-counties, and only the locals from that sub-county will be eligible. What we saw before, we saw in my constituency, we saw some strangers coming, then they run around, they are recruited, and then they leave with the people who brought them. Can we get assurance? Because if we don't get that assurance, then we should not pass this budget for recruitment of new police officers. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Alwatch, you have not had a chance. Let me give Honorable Alwatch. Oluwatch, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. As I support the vote under this program, I needed to get an assurance from the Chair of the Security Committee as to whether the program budget, including the additional monies that are being asked for, includes new police stations that have recently been included. I can see in the Schedule 2 we have Schedule 3, a number of police stations where we are asking for additional money, and I'm asking this in relation to my neighbor constituency and other constituencies within Nairobi where I know new police stations were operationalized and put in place. Please confirm that this program-based budget has the monies allocated to enable these police stations to operate. Otherwise, I support.
Okay, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Shakir, I think you haven't had a chance.
Because I've...
Let's give other people a chance. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I want to resoundingly support this particular proposal. However, as you say, as has been said by others, it appears that they come and tell us it's going to be sub-counties. They come and tell us that it's going to be fair and professional. But we find that there are others who walk in and destroy our thing. So although there's nothing to do with the budget, we want to make a comment that each sub-county gets its fair share of officers who are qualified. Thank you, ma'am.
Those who want to contribute, please press the intervention button. Honorable Johanna Ngeno.
Madam Speaker, just in support of this, Madam Speaker, the issue of recruitment is a very fundamental issue that must... the issue of recruitment, Madam Speaker, other than the allocation that you are allocating here, Madam Speaker, it doesn't make any sense for people
to be paying money to be recruited or to be employed in these positions, Madam Speaker. So I wish this one should go down in history, that the department that deals with the recruitment be made to understand this year that we do not want any corruption in that particular sector.
Thank
you, Madam Speaker.
I now put the question that the programs under Vote 1025. I thought you had spoken on this. Okay, Honorable Wamboka, please, Honorable Wamboka, you're out of order. You just need to raise your hand and say you want to speak or press the intervention button. Yes, no, but I'm not going to have a back and forth with you. Honorable Mbui?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have only one concern because on this National Police Service, budget, that the National Police Service has, in the recent past, last year June and this year June, spent our money, taxpayers' money, and actually killed our youth, and this time they've also killed Albert Ojwang. I want to beg that as we appropriate money for the National Police Service, let them not use the money of taxpayers to kill our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for behind Wamboka. Okay, member for Embakasi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is very important that we point out some of the, as we fund these sagas and departments. For example, the prisons came to Embakasi South constituency, the prisons department, and they came with 2 vehicles. Some youth, some young people came in 2 vehicles. And then the people ran, and at the time of the recruitment, the 4 youth that came from those 2 vehicles are the ones that were recruited. And also a 1 young man. So the total of 5 people that were recruited by prisons were not people from Embakasi South. We must make sure that if they're going to recruit people from the constituency, only the people from that constituencies are recruited, not outsiders. The prison warden cannot come driving a car and then the youth get off his car, they come run, and then at the end of the tally, we are shown that they are the ones who have been picked. Second, the murder of Ojwang. We must stop killing our youth. We must stop killing our youth. There is no way that a young man is picked from Nyanza and is brought all the way to Nairobi, very healthy. The day before.
Honorable Mawathe, the day before. Actually, Honorable Mawathe, you're out of topic. There was a statement issued today, earlier on,
about keeping his head.
Many members had a chance to respond to it. There is going to be a report being given next week. So stick to the Committee of Supply topic.
And of Madam Chair, it is important. This is of national interest. If there's a statement that's coming up, but it was wrong
the
for us.
The statement already came up.
I know you said there's an additional point, and I hear you, and I'm fully guided. But the point still remains: the murder of Ojwang by hitting his head on the wall. That's not possible.
Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under Vote 1025, as read out, and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 127 billion, 91 million, 374,077 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 35,874,503,186 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1026.
Programs under vote 1026. 1. General Administration and Support Services. 2. Policy Coordination Services. And 3. National Government Field Administration Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1026 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1026 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 35,874,503,186 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1026. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1032, State Department for Devolution.
I propose the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,246,352,790 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1032.
Program under vote 1032, Devolution Services.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1032 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. What's your point of order, Honorable Mwenje?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we need some clarity on this amount from the Chair of Budget, which I believe is what even the Honorable Wamboka is trying to find out, why this amount of 17 billion, which you can see is being referred to as recurrent and development. And you know very well this money, Honorable Chair. Any money going to these counties is just being lost and plundered by these governors. They are purely just stealing money. And you know they've frozen the 10 billion that is supposed to come to RMLF. So perhaps the Chair Budget can clarify on this amount for devolution, and if it's not necessary, perhaps he can transfer this money to constituencies for development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1032 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shilling 17,246,352,790 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1032. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1033, State Department for Special Programs.
I propose the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 609,495,880 be issued from the Consolidated Fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1033.
Program under vote 1033, Accelerated ASOL Development.
Member for Honorable Ngusia, let's wait to get to the debate stage. I haven't proposed the question, so hold your horses. I now propose the question that the program under vote 1033, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Okay, Honorable Ngusia, now you can have your go at it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, based on the prevailing weather conditions in most of the arid and semi-arid areas, I think this money is so little, Chair, we need to mark it, and maybe in the future in supplementary budget we add more. So I think the special programs have been underfunded completely. 609 million is so little to meet the expectations of these marginalized areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the questions that the programs under Vote 1033 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 609,495,880 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1033. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1036. State Department for Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development.
I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,238,825,658 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1036.
Programs under Vote 1036. 1. Accelerated arid and semi-arid land development.
Is an amendment, Honorable Jane Kagiri.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on a second before you get there. I propose the question that the program under Vote 1036 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be amended, be approved. So now I'll give you a chance, Honorable Kagiri.
Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be amended in Vote 1036 in brackets State Department for Asphalt and Regional Development under the program 0733000 Accelerated Asphalt Development by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 5,162,002,697 appearing in column 6 gross current estimates and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 4,802,002,697. Chair, allow me to explain that the National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, NACONEC, was mandated to promote access, retention, transition, and completion of basic education for learners in nomadic, marginalized, and other undeserved areas, specifically those in arid and semi-arid lands, that is the ASALs. Honorable Speaker, Laikipia happens to be one of those areas, and I believe for us to retain NACONEC to retain this budget at the Ministry of Education, it would enable NACONEC to ensure the alignment with education. We are not just feeding these children, but we are ensuring that they continue with their education. By allocating this money to the Department of ASAL, these are people who are detached from the system of education and may not be following through with what our children need to achieve. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, it's also good to remember that we are a country that is constrained on resources, and as the Ministry of Education monitors and evaluates other programs, it is good that NACONEC retains the feeding program because that is a program that will be under the Ministry of Education. Chairperson, on sustainability, for how long can ASAL continue ensuring and monitoring that our children remain in school if they're the ones who are going to run the program? Honorable Chair, my humble amendment would be in regard to ensuring that this fund is returned to NACONEC under the Ministry of Education, so that we ensure our children are retained in schools. Of course, I know when it is ASALs, they don't appreciate that there are places like Kisargei in Laikipia County where our children have to be ensured they're going to school. And at the Ministry of Education, they know all their schools in these areas, and they'll be able to monitor which child did not come to school, how they are faring in their education, and how they're able to continue with their education. Chairperson, I move.
Thank you. I propose the question that the program Accelerated Arid and Semi-Arid, you let me propose the question first, and then you will have an opportunity. Honorable members, I propose the question that the program accelerated arid and semi-arid lands development under Vote 1036 be amended as proposed. Okay, now Honorable, who was that who wanted to speak? Yes, Honorable Ngongoyo.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendment. Madam Speaker, coming from Kajiado, thank you, Chair. I rise to support the amendment because, Madam Speaker, anytime education in the ASAL region is a matter that has to be combined together with the issue of movement. And number two, we have a lot of schools in Kajiado that are boarding schools that are meant to facilitate children from the nomadic regions. So I rise to support this amendment. It will favor children, specifically during movement, Madam Speaker, and I want to agree with the Honorable Kagiri that this is the right direction. Let the money remain in the Ministry of Education because we must cluster education together with these regions that are called the ASAL regions, and coming from Kajiado, this will be a beneficial attachment when it goes to the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Member for Busia.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support fully this the amendment because I come from a place where floods are frequent and semi-arid areas like Funyula and Teso North. I spoke to the principals and they've said that attendance has improved. Nutrition-wise, the students are looking even better. Academic performance has been improved as well. And just overall well-being. So this is a very good amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members. Yes, Honorable Makali.
Yeah, you know, Madam Chairperson, I really have no problem with this amendment. But I think what is an issue of concern is, to me, this is a policy matter. That the money was with another body and is being moved to another body. I think really that matter needs to, because if my memory serves me well, the reason why the money was being moved from that particular organization to the ministry was because there was a bit of corruption. I don't think really that issue has been addressed by the mover of this amendment. Can we be told what is happening? Because I thought that it was being informed by the fact that the money was not being accounted for properly. So are we saying now that issue has been sorted out? And if not so, we can't return money where it has not been accounted for.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise to oppose that amendment. And I want to agree there have been issues on accountability, as Honorable Makali says. And Honorable Makali has been a very diligent member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. To Honorable Speaker, there was a cabinet decision. A decision by cabinet to move that function from the Ministry of Education, and that has since not been rescinded. 3, Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has not even considered that particular amendment and agreed with it in committee in line with Article 114 of our Constitution. Therefore, strongly oppose that particular amendment, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. And I can see the Chair of the Budget Committee preparing to say something. Chair Budget is preparing to speak.
But Chairperson Budget, this was approved by the Speaker and it was in the order paper. So what's the position?
Madam Chair, you know the Speaker may have approved it, but it did not pass through the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as has been explained by the Leader of Majority. So, Madam Speaker, the amendment is rejected and it falls.
Yes, Honorable, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I think the amendment is quite in order. You know, we are trying to insinuate that the Ministry of Education, through NECNEC, has failed to perform its functions. Do we have a report in this House that really talks about the same, whereby we are talking about NECNEC has failed its core duties of managing these funds. We don't have that report. So if that is the case, and schools fall under the Ministry of Education, as much as I know that the Ministry of ASAL has capacity to do other things for the regions of ASAL, but these are matters about education, schools, and the Ministry of Education through NACONEC is better placed to really handle this kind of funds. As we speak, we have no report that has been tabled in this House to talk otherwise about NACONEC's inability to handle these funds. I support the amendment.
I'll give Honorable Justice Keme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I agree on the need to have the school feeding program in not only arid and semi-arid areas, but other parts of the country, this has been met with the abuse and shifting it back to where it was domiciled, Madam Speaker, will not do justice to the people of this country. So much as Honorable Kagiri has given us fundamental reasons for supporting it to go back, I disagree myself because the process has been abused and it has only benefited a few people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Laikipia, you'll be the last and then we can let the House vote.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, allow me to remind this Honorable House that it is not the duty of our children to suffer on behalf of corrupt individuals in this country. If there's a challenge at NACONEC, action needs to be taken on the individuals who mismanaged money. However, it should not be our children who are in arid and semi-arid areas who are supposed to suffer on their behalf. Number two, Honorable Speaker, when we are told about a cabinet decision, the legislature is what directs the executive, and never has the executive been the one to direct the legislature. Honorable Speaker, we will not allow our children in arid and semi-arid areas to suffer on behalf of corrupt individuals. Deal with the individuals, but give our children the food in the streams that they deserve to get it in. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment may sound good, but my fear is that it is subject to Article 114, which says that such an amendment to be moved must have the prior approval and report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Budget and Appropriations Committee must have the approval of the Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury. So I think it may be well-meaning, but we need your guidance on whether it can proceed in the manner proposed.
Okay, let me, Chairperson, budget.
Madam Chair, let me repeat myself and say that this particular amendment did not pass through our committee. And it was not processed through the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And therefore, we want to urge you to decline the amendments. Yeah.
It's not for me to decline the amendments. You're going to vote as the House. Honorable Makilap. And then we'll come to member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, NACONEC is founded through an amendment of Education Act. So if it has to be moved to another ministry, then there is need for amendment of that act that created NACONEC and the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, so which way can we move a body to another institution without amending the act that created it? If it is still the same act under the Ministry of Education, then how did you move it to another area without amending the parent act that created it? Madam Speaker, that is point of law.
Member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, I think let's have some interest. The ASAL and the Regional Development Authorities are two different things. I want to give you my background. I was managing director for two parastatals, regional development authorities. And the two are completely different. So what I think we should do, separate the Regional Development Authority and then we put ASAL have its own accord. Because Regional Development Authority during Kibaki's time was one of the best regional coordination for development of this country. But now I think as it is, I know there's some money which has been put there. I think, Madam Speaker, I want us to agree so that I can separate the two. Regional development authorities is a different things altogether as opposed to ASAL integration. So I want this to be separated so that it can be able to move forward. Regional development authorities are very important for
Member for Madare.
development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The proposed amendment may be very well-meaning, but unfortunately, Honorable Chair, this is a matter within the remit of the Chair or the Speaker to give direction on, since the matter of the provision of the Constitution, which is a condition precedent, it is not even a matter to which we can vote, Madam Chair. It is not subject to a vote. It is a matter within the remit of the Chair to rule on. Did we comply with 114 or not? That is the matter before you, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kagiri?
Chairperson, I withdraw.
What are you withdrawing? Just make it clear. Yes, just be clear, you're withdrawing
The amendment
to vote. Just
1036, State Department for Asals and Regional Development under the program 0733000, Accelerated Asal Development, by deleting the expression 5,162,002,697, appearing in column 6, gross current estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 4,802,002,697 to allow for consultation.
Honorable Kagiri, okay, so you have withdrawn this one under vote 1036, but it was also affecting 1066. So are you withdrawing also 1066?
Chairperson, I also withdraw the second amendment on vote 1066.
Okay. So we just proceed without amendments. So call out the program, please.
Programs under vote 1036. 1. Accelerated arid and semi-arid lands development. 2. General administration planning and support services. And 3. Integrated regional development.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1036, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable members, I now put the question that the programs under vote 1036, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,238,825,658 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1036. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1041. Minister of Defense.
Honorable members, before we proceed, allow me to welcome students who are seated in the public gallery from Chania Girls High School, from Thika Town constituency, Kiambu County. On behalf of the substantive speaker and all the members of parliament, we welcome you to parliament together with your teachers who are present with you. Thank you. Okay. So we are on 1041. Okay. I propose the question that the sum not exceeding 213 322,947,260 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1041.
Programs under vote 1041, defense.
I propose the question that the program under vote 1041, as read out, and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. So where is the mover of the amendment? Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Madam Chair, I propose that the first schedule be amended in vote 1041, Ministry of Defense, under program 080100 by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 195,991,90000 appearing in column 6, gross current estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 184,991,90000. Honorable Speaker, we are rationalizing the budget for Ministry of Defense because we realized, Madam Speaker, that we had given them more resources that they do not need at the moment. So this is the reason for this amendment.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the program defense under vote 1041 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I put the question that the program defense under vote 1041 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question that the program under vote 1041 as amended and sums allocated be approved. Next program.
Other programs under vote 1041 are 2, civil aid, 3, general administration, planning and support services, and 4, defense industrialization.
I propose the question that the programs under vote 1041 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the program under vote 1041 as amended and sums allocated be approved. I can proceed to put the question. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 202,322,947,260 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1041. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Well done. 1053. Well done.
Vote 1053, State Department for Foreign Affairs.
Honourable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 25,297,556,978 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote number 1053 of the State Department of Foreign Affairs.
Programs under vote 1053, 1. General Administration Planning and Support Services. 2. Foreign Relation and Diplomacy. 3. Economic and Commercial Diplomacy. And 4. Foreign Policy Research, Capacity Development, and Technical Cooperation.
All members, I propose that the question that the programs under vote 1053 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Wunda, 1 minute.
Chair, and I want to draw the attention of the Chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee, and if the Chair of the relevant committees are around, that we have quite a substantial amount under the current expenditure under the vote among the 0714-000, which would suggest a high level of payment of rent and the rest. Can we have an arrangement going in the future, Honorable Chair, where we can securitize or commit that
Order,
money
members, order.
and build our own diplomatic missions and reduce the amount of rent that we have to pay to foreigners? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Well said. All members, I put the question. The programs under vote 1053 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Last one of that opinion say aye. Last one of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it. All members, I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 25,297,556,978 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1053. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1054, State Department for Diaspora Affairs.
All members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 717,827,342 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1054, that is for Department for Diaspora Affairs.
Programs under vote 1054, Management of Diaspora and Consular Affairs.
All members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1054 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. All members, I put the question that the program under vote 1054 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. Ayes have it. All members, I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 717,827,342 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurring and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1054. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1064, State Department for Technical, Vocational Education and Training.
All members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 43,244,753,711 be issued on the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1064, the State Department for Technical, Vocational Education and Training.
Programs under vote 1064.
All your horses. Go ahead.
Programs under vote 1064. 1. Technical, Vocational Education and Training. 2. Youth Training Development. And 3. General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1064 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable CNN.
Speaker, I'm perturbed. I'm disturbed. 15 constituencies actually committed CDF towards construction of technical institutes. and I've interrogated the budget. This money for completion of these taught institutes have not been factored. Mr. Speaker, it is painful. These taught projects are just there, lying, wasting taxpayers' money, and we need consideration on the same. So, Mr. Speaker, we need guidance on this.
Thank you. Honorable Makali Mulu, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even as we support this budget, and I totally agree with the Honorable CNN, but I think as we factor for the money to complete, let's also factor for the money. Let's some of these amounts be used to equip the ones which are complete.
Where is the chairman
so
of
that they become
Education
operational.
Committee? The chairman budget, do you have anything you want to say on this? Chair budget.
Chair, the allocations under TVET is justified. We are provided for the resources necessary for enhancement of infrastructure in TVETs. I know that there's some communication which is going around on SMS to the effect that the TVET allocations were cut. That is not the situation. That's not the situation.
Okay.
I wish to confirm that we are provided for enough resources for TVETs.
The Honorable CNN take this up with the Education Committee Chair and the Chair Budget. All members, I put the question that the programs under Vote 1064 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 43,244,753,711 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1064. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1065, State Department for Higher Education and Research.
All members, I propose the question that the sum of Kenya shillings 143,734,996,323 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1065. The State Department for Higher Education and Research.
Programs under Vote 1065, 1. Education, University Education, and 2. General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question that the programs under Vote 1065 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Members, I put the question that the programs under Vote 1065 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings for 143,734,996,232 Kenya shillings be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1065. Will that opinion say aye? As many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1066, State Department for Basic Education.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 127,552,220,456 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1066.
Programs under Vote 1066. 1. Primary Education. 2. Secondary Education. 3. Quality Assurance and Standards. 4. General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question that the programs under Vote 1066 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable Boy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, the report of the committee showed that there was questions by the Departmental Committee of Education, and I also had a meeting with the CS of Education about last week, and he was also complaining about the amount of money being provided for capitation. I want the Chair to confirm to the House whether we are giving enough money for our children to be able to have basic education and whether there is also enough money for the examination of our children, which you know, Chair, when we were in this house, we actually amended the Basic Education Act and made sure that national exams are free. Let the Chair confirm to us whether that money is enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Wundo, 1 minute.
Chair, likewise, I want to get from the Committee of Education, if the Chair is around, probably also from the Chair of back, on the issue of quality assurance, in terms if there have been sufficient funds set aside to employ quality assurance and standards officers to meet the shortfall of about 2,000 that now prevails in the country.
Thank you.
Because without the quality assurance and quality controls, the quality of education is going to continue dwindling over time, and Kenya will become uncompetitive at the international stage.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Chair, let me start with the exam fee. And I would like to say that, first of all, the government is currently engaged. Chair, I wish to draw your attention. Chair, I wish to draw your attention that on exams, we, as a House, we decided to allocate 5.9 billion for exams, knowing very well that that's not enough because we need about 11 billion for the full examination. But since we know that exam is not administered at once, there will be preparation of exams itself, there will then be logistics, and then there will be payment of examiners. That will come later. So I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, that with 5.9 billion we can start the process. But in the course of the year, the other resources will be provided. I can see the Chair of Education is also here. Secondly, on capitation, also, that capitation money is not released at once. It is money that is released throughout the year. So, Honorable Speaker, this House will later on appropriate the strategies in the course of the year. I would like to, Chair, you allow the Chairman of Education also to buttress the points that I've raised.
Chair, the issues that raised are the following. 1 is quality assurance, and 2, capitation, and 3, examinations. 1 minute for you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to thank the Chair Budget because he has really understood what we presented before his committee. That we saw it fit that the students, there was no allocation for National Treasury on the issue of examinations, and we know very well that exams do not consume the 12 billion at once. We therefore allocated for the exams, logistic, printing, and all that for the 3 exams that will be done at the end of this year. That's around 5.9 billion shillings. 2, Chair, we also talked about the issue of quality assurance. Quality assurance, the government invests billions of shillings, about 200 billion shillings, yet we have no officers that quality assure this. And it's actually very expensive to have huge investment with no officers foreseeing what is going on. That's why we said that particular sector needs to be given enough resources. Lastly, Chair, on the issue of capitation, the total capitation for schools is around 100 billion shillings. We removed the 5 billion from that because we are not, the money is not capitated at once. It is capitated at 3 circles. So the first circle, I know it will have enough money. When it's at second circle, the money will be appropriated again by this House, and therefore there will be no problem. So no problem is going to be affected in that particular sector. I submit.
Members, I think you are well appraised of that, and therefore put the question that the programs under Vote 1066, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 127 billion 552,220,456 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1066 for the State Department for Basic Education. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1067, State Department for Science, Innovation and Research.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 992 million. What is out of order? Yes, Honorable Mbui.
An observation, Chair.
Yes.
You know, when you put the question, Chair, at the point of aye, you are louder than nay. So you have to regulate the volume.
I don't vote.
But you said,
I cannot
those
say.
who are saying aye, you said aye louder than nay.
The rebel boy, I don't know what you're talking about. the honorable member there is being mischievous, and he knows I'm not his cousin. So, honorable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 992,865,404 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure recurrent and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1067. State Department for Science, Innovation and Research.
Program under vote 1067, Research, Science, Technology and Innovation.
Members, I propose the question that the program under vote 1067, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the program under vote 1067, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 992,865,404 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1067. Will another opinion say aye? Those of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1071, the National Treasury.
All members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 111,874,138,378 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1071, the National Treasury.
Programs under vote 1071, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Honorable Chair, you got amendments to this. Order. Order. Let the chair, honorable member, let the chair answer this. Honorable Chair. We are on vote 1071, the National Treasury.
I have an amendment.
Yes.
Chair, I would like to move that the first schedule be amended in vote 1071 National Treasury. One, under the program 071700, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, by deleting expression 58,341,110,090 appearing in column 6, gross current estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 57,541,110,90. Then number 2, under program 071800, Public Financial Management, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 24,613,592,652 appearing in column 7, gross capital estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 25,413,592,652. Honorable Chair, the two amendments are aimed at reverting resources which had been taken away from budget reserve and contingency fund. These two funds are very important that we felt that it's necessary that we give them the maximum allocation. Chair, I support.
Honorable members, I have now proposed a question that the programs under vote 1071, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved be amended as proposed. Members, I propose a question that the programs for general administration, planning, support services, and public finance management under vote 1071 be amended as proposed. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1071 as amended be amended as proposed. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. All members, I now put the question. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1071 as amended and sums allocated be approved. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Programs under vote 1071. 3. Economic and financial policy formulation and management and market competition.
Members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1071 as read out under the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question, the programs under vote 1071 as read out and the sums allocated be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Aye. Will as another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Members, I now put the question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 111 billion 871 million 138,378 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both required and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1071, the National Treasury. Will as many other opinion say aye? As many other opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1072, State Department for Economic Planning.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 63 billion 39 million 629,483 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1072, the State Department for Economic Planning.
Programs under vote 1072. 1. Monitoring and Evaluation Services. 2. National Statistical Information Services. 3. General Administration, Planning and Support Services. 4. Macroeconomic Policy, National Planning and Research. And 5. Sectoral and Intergovernmental Development and Planning.
Honourable members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1072 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honourable Wundo.
Chair, it is commendable that a substantial amount has been placed under capital expenditure of 58 billion, close to 59 billion. Can the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee give us an assurance that this is not money on paper, that the money will actually flow and do the work it is supposed to do, unlike what has happened in just this financial year, we are just about to conclude. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, CDF.
Back.
Chair Honorable Wundo likes to do politics with this budget process. And Honorable Wundo, you know you are my brother. There is an opinion poll that comes at the end of every year about how many times somebody has spoken on this floor. Honorable Wundo, I want to urge you not to seek to be number one on speaking on the floor of the House. You know very well that this budget process, but the budget for this financial year is being implemented successfully. I have a report which I will table on this House on how that budget is being implemented. Right now we are at about 85% of the budget implementation.
Well said.
So there's no doubt that the allocated money here will be spent correctly. I also know that the PS in charge of this docket is from Honorable Wundo's constituency. I want to assure you that that particular PS will be given the resources to do his work.
Yeah,
thank you.
The honourable members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1072, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 63 billion 39 million 629,483 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1072, that is the State Department of Economic Planning. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote
Order, Honorable Wundo.
Vote 1073, State Department for Investments and Asset Management.
Members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 116,543,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1073 for the State Department for Investments and Assets Management.
Program under vote 1073. Public Financial Management.
All members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1073 as read out and some allocated in the schedule be approved. All members, I put the question that the program under vote 1073 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 116,543,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1073, State Department for Investments and Asset Management. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1082, State Department for Medical Services.
Honourable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 105,953,362,091 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1083, the State Department for Medical Services.
Programs under vote 1082. 1. National Referral and Specialized Services. 2. Curative and Reproductive Maternal, Newborn, Child, Adolescent Health. 3. Health Research and Innovation. And 4. General Administration.
All members, I propose a question that the programs read under vote 1082 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honourable Mbui. Honourable Mbui, the mic is yours. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, I'm just, because this is on medical services, and you are all aware that the issue of health is a fairly devolved function. In the schedule, second schedule, I saw a number of health centers that seem to be set up for construction. So I want to know from the chair of maybe either the health committee or the budget committee, is part of this money being used to carry out functions that are clearly in the fourth?
The Honourable Nyikal. The Honourable Wundo, let the Honourable Nyikal answer this first.
Some of those are actually coming in as support to the county governments from the national government. And those are actually health facilities, level 2 and level 3. And many of them actually came as presidential directives that were actually already started. So what we had the problem of saying, now, do we stop what has already been started? Our decision was, if something has been started, money has been put on it, then it's not fair to actually kill it. So many of them actually, we then put money to complete them. And even then, they actually many, we will not finish them. And even actually in the next budget, some of them may still appear because they were not completed. Many colleagues here had facilities that were in their constituencies. Some they had been promised. Some we had even to reduce the monies to do. So if we were to go as a principle, then these are things that in future we'll have to just say no. But they are there and they are started. It would be difficult to just let them lie fallow. So that's why we decided let's actually put some money in them.
Thank you.
In some we actually reduced.
All members, I put the question that the programs under vote 1083, programs under vote 1082, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 105,953,362,091 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1082 of the State Department of Medical Services. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1083, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards.
All members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 32,152,169,417 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1083, which is the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards.
Programs under vote 1083. 1. Preventive and promotive health services. 2. Health resources development and innovation. 3. Health policy, standards and regulations. And 4. General administration.
All members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1083 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. The Honorable Wundo.
Chair, you know very well the issue of healthcare services and financing is a motive issue at the moment, and it's a matter that's being discussed robustly all over. Probably would we, for purpose of general knowledge and general consumption, can the chair health probably just run through, tell us how much has been set aside for primary health care and how much has been set aside for critical health and chronic illness, just for general purposes.
Thank you.
So that the Kenyans can know.
Thank you. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up on that matter, I think it would be important for Kenyans to be told how much money has been put in the budget for interns. Because those guys are always out here, so that we give them confidence and they can go back and start working.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For primary health care fund, that is actually coming under the SHA, the broader financing of SHA. And we have two funds. That is emergency care, and critical care, which was not there. We have not put money before. This time we have put actually 10 billion. And the primary health care fund, which is actually to fund level 2, level 3 and outpatient, we have actually for the first time put 13 billion. So it is actually expected that this money will be under coordination between the county government, the national government, and SHA, that this money will actually support primary care services at level 2, level 3, and also our outpatient. Under the interns, we actually put about 4.3 billion that has been put for the issue of interns, and I think that will take care of number of interns, but actually more funds are needed, and we actually asked for extra funding for interns ahead. So that even in supplementary, we may have to look at it. Maybe for just information, the UHC health workers, that has been a big problem. We actually managed, what was in the budget initially was 4.1 billion, but we managed to actually get 2 billion, and now it is 6.1, and with the arrangement we have put in place, is adequate to actually start the project of translating them. So we think we have provided adequate funding for that.
Thank you. Chair, budget, 1 minute, please.
Chair, thank you. I would like to thank Nikal for that submission. Also to add that for UHC workers, I want to assure them that the money allocated for their confirmation into permanent and pensionable is here. It is reserved. And therefore, I want to urge them to stop sending me SMSs and WhatsApp messages. This morning, I received about 1,000 SMSs.
How much is it?
It is 6.1 billion.
Good.
And we also said that since we know most of those workers have either left the service or had been employed into permanent terms, the workers are now actually few. That's why we believe that amount is enough for that process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, members, I now put the question that the programs under vote 1083, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Last minute, the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 32 billion, 152 million, 169,417 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1083, the Department for Public Health and Professional Standards. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1091, State Department for Roads.
Oh, members, I propose the question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 199 billion, 994 million, 523,669 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1091 for the State Department for Roads.
Program under vote 1091, Road Transport.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the program under vote 1091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Move or got amendments to this?
Thank you, Chair. I want to move that the first schedule be amended in vote 1091, State Department for Roads, under the program 020200 Road Transport, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 128,453,219,469, appearing in column 7, gross capital estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 150,253,219,469. Honorable Chair, this is one of the processes we are engaging in to ensure equity in roads allocation across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, members, I propose a question that the program road transport under vote 1091 be amended as proposed. Is it point of order or point of contribution? This Honorable
Chair, I've gone through the amendment. That amendment will bring a difference of almost 21.8 billion. That is also a small amount, Chair. And I think it is only fair for the Chair budget to table the list of those proposed roads before we approve that amendment. It's a very big amount, Chair.
The Honorable Chair, go ahead.
Chair, we have the list, and we can avail it to the Honorable Chair, to the Honorable Member. It is a list consisting of ongoing roads that their budgets had been cut substantially, and we felt that if the monies are not brought back, then the roads will continue to stall. So, Honorable Speaker, we can provide the list. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Board.
Honorable Board can see me for the list.
Chair,
the list should be available to everyone, not to just
Chair, going by our standing orders, it is not the list provided to me. The list to be tabled in Parliament. Correct. And to be approved by members of Parliament. Correct. Not to be given for me, to me, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Chair, BSC, this list will be tabled in the House before the end of the day. Could you undertake that this list will be tabled before the end of the day?
Chair, I undertake to table the list.
Correct. I now put the question that the program under vote 1091, program road transport under vote 1091 be amended as proposed. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. All members, I now put the question that the program under vote 1091 as amended and some located be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1092, State Department for Transport.
Oh, members, I now put the question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings, 221 billion, 794 million, 523,669 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the recurrent and development expenditure during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1091, the State Department for Roads. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1092, State Department for Transport.
Oh, members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings, 47 billion, 456 million, 23,864 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sums necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1092, the State Department for Transport.
Programs under vote 1092. 1. General Administration, Planning and Support Services. 2. Rail Transport. 3. Marine Transport. And 4. Road Safety.
All members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1092 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Honorable Wundo.
Chair, we have a substantial allocation towards rail transport. Could we, those of us who didn't sit in the Committee of Transport, be informed where this money is going to be expended so that we can be aware?
The honorable members, this is the third time the honorable want to asking this question. We have the books, and these books are public documents given not just to members of parliament, but to everyone else. So I wouldn't entertain a question like that, Honorable Wundo, because every member has access to these books. You would be able to see how much is going to rail transport, how much is going to all these programs as indicated. We will be repeating our job. Unless you're seeing a clarification, but in terms of the numbers, these are clearly in the books. Honorable members, I propose the question that programs under vote 1092 as read out. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1092 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 47,456,023,864 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1092 with the State Department for Transport. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1093, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
Oh, members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,683,384,683 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1093 with the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
Program under vote 1093, Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
Well, members, I propose the question that the program under vote 1093 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable Mayaka, what is out of order?
Chair, I've been pressing the intervention button trying to catch your attention.
It's not showing on my...
Apologies for that. Because I also have a question, because I'm looking at the third schedule of what we have here on the votes and the summary of what is contained. But from vote 1091 through to 1093, we don't have any information on the third schedule. And maybe that's the concern that most members have, because we are not able to follow the details of these particular votes.
Honorable, thank you so much, Honorable Member. That is what I've said, and again, direction on that it must be availed to members for the end of the day today, and the chair has undertaken that this shall be availed for the end of the day today. I think because of the many amendments that were done on that particular committee, they are not ready. So, Honorable Chair, make sure this is available by the end of the day. Honorable members, I now put the question that the program under vote 1093 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,683,384,683 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the requirement and development expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1093 with the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1094, State Department for Housing and Urban Development.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 123,828,795,679 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1094, the State Department for Housing and Urban Development.
Programs under vote 1094, 1, Housing Development and Human Settlements, 2, Urban and Metropolitan Development, and 3, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
All members, I now propose the question that the programs under vote 1094 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1094 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 123,828,795,679 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1094, the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1095, State Department for Public Works.
Honorable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,444,723,471 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1095, the State Department for Public Works.
Programs under vote 1095: 1. Government buildings. 2. Coastal line infrastructure and pedestrian access. And 3. General administration, planning and support services.
All members, I propose the question. The programs under vote 1095, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Add the program.
And 4. Regulation and development of construction industry.
All members, I now propose the question. The programs read out under vote 1095 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1095 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,444,723,471 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for recurrent development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1095, the State Department for Public Works. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1097, State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development.
Honourable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 14,515,164,555 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recurrent and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1097, the State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development.
Program under vote 1097, Air Transport.
Members, I propose the question that the program under vote 1097 as read under sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the program under vote 1095 as read out, this 1097 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 14,515,164,555 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1097, the State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1104, State Department for Irrigation.
Honourable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,364,493,561 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending June 30, 2026, in respect of vote 1104, the State Department for Irrigation.
Programs under vote 1104: 1. Irrigation and land reclamation. 2. Water storage and flood control. 3. Water harvesting and storage for irrigation. And 4. General administration, planning and support services.
Honourable members, I propose the question that the programs read under vote 1104 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. The Honourable Karoli.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much. I just want to put it on record and maybe seek your guidance that the earlier estimate submitted to this House last week under this particular vote item on the schedule, under the third schedule, that is, I can't see the page, but on something called Muozi Water Pan in Suba South, the amount presented today is actually a reduction of 10 million, as opposed to the earlier one presented here last week, which was 30 million. And I'm wondering what has occasioned this, and what records do I have as the Member of Parliament for Suba South?
Good question. Honorable Wanyonyi.
Chair, I think this is almost my third, fourth time talking about the irrigation. What do you irrigate? In your own simple logistics, you irrigate land, crops. And this particular department, I think we should do something about it, is misplaced. It's supposed to be the Ministry of Agriculture. So I don't know why this has been, because whatever it is, the items that are mentioned here, is not relevant.
Okay.
It's supposed to be in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Okay.
And I think they should do something about it, Chair, because that again is just logic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Bowen, Honorable Karoli's question. The other one is the executive order. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. Honorable Bowen is in the house. Yes, the question by Honorable Karoli. His question was that there was money last week in a project that has now been reduced.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I will sit down with Karoli. I check which specific project is that.
He mentioned it.
To get to understand.
Honorable Karoli, I would suggest that you approach the chair.
Yes.
That's the chair for the committee concerned. You can actually cross the, yeah. And this should be take 30 seconds because I want to proceed on this. Yes. Give him this.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the reduction we are doing here, what happened is that there were some projects which used to be, these projects they were supposed to be implemented in headquarters. So we are reducing from the headquarters, but we are increasing in the implementing agency, which is now like Victoria South. So if you give me some few minutes, Chair, before you finish this session on the next, I'll come back to you as I show him exactly where this.
Okay, so this would be taken, subject to what you just said, yes. and this is a House of Honor, the Honorable Kangogo. Yeah. The Honorable Mondi, you don't need to belabor this point. You don't need to belabor it.
I just want to put it for the record, there is no concomitant increment as of now.
He says that he wants to check that.
Thank you.
He wants to check that. And I'll put the question, members, that the programs under vote 1104, as read out on sample when the schedule will be approved. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. Ayes have it. And I'll put the question, honorable members, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,364,493,561 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure required and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1104, the State Department for Irrigation. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1109, State Department for Water and Sanitation.
Oh, members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 44,138,217,962 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both required and development during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1109, the State Department for Water and Sanitation.
Programs under vote 1109, 1, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, 2, Water Resource Management, and 3, Water and Sewerage Infrastructure Development.
Oh, members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1109, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. Yes, Honorable Wundo.
Chair, probably this is one of the issues that the debate has been raging between the mandate of the national government and the county government. While there's nothing unconstitutional or illegal for the national government to allocate or appropriate funds, is this something the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the relevant committee can look at it and include this amount, some of the amount as conditional grant to the county so that they can do some last mile connectivity, because they continuously complain they don't have money. Where they take their money to, nobody knows. But since the common mwananchi that suffers and the national government has got an overarching responsibility and duty to protect the interests of wananchi, can they find a way of doing conditional grants so that we get this work completed in good time? And remembering also, Chair, some of these agencies are earmarked for dissolution or emerging. I do not know how we'll work out and implement these funds.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to differ with my colleague. And this is because one of the areas where the national government has been doing a tremendous job is on electric connectivity. And Honorable Speaker, we know what is happening in REREC, we know what is happening in KPLC. But Honorable Speaker, on matters water, last mile connectivity, of course, the national government must actually play a bigger role. And I would like to actually say that county governments, as they were right now, they are overwhelmed with the services.
That's what he said. That's what Honorable Wundo said. So are you different with him or supporting him?
Yeah.
That's what he said. He said the county government is overwhelmed and that...
No, he's talking of giving them conditional grants. So he's adding roles instead of reducing roles for counties so they can focus on health and ECD education.
Okay. I'm happy you're sitting with Honorable Batandi. Honorable Batandi will tell you how that works after he answers the question. Honorable Batandi.
Chair, I want to say that these projects are being implemented by the water authorities. Water authorities have more capacity, technical capacity. They have more engineers. They have better capacity than the counties. Counties, by the way, some of them don't even have technical officers. So I think for now, the authorities, water authorities are best placed to implement this program that we have put money in them. Thank you.
Oh, members, I now put the question. The programs read out under vote 1109, as read out on sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 44,138,217,962 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both regarding and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1109 of the State Department for Water and Sanitation. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1112, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning.
Remember, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 10,762,558,880 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1112, the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning.
Programs under vote 1112: 1. Land Policy and Planning; 2. Land Information Management; and 3. General Administration, Planning and Support Service.
Oh, members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1112, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1112, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, there are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 10,762,558,880 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1112 with the State Department for Lands and Fiscal Planning. Will as many other opinions say aye, and as many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1122, State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 16,188,988 3,789,796 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure with recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1122 with the State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy.
Programs under vote 1122-1, General Administration, Planning and Support Services. 2, ICT Infrastructure Development. And 3, E-Government Services.
Honourable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1122 as read out on some located in the sheet will be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1122 as read out on terms allocated in the sheet will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 16,188,789,796 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1122 with the State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy. As many of the opinion say aye, will as many of the contrary opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1132, State Department for vote 1123, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
Honourable members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 6,553,207,061 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1123, the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
Programs under vote 1123-1, General Administration, Planning and Support Services. 2, Information and Communication Services. And 3, Mass Media Skills Development.
Members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1123 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1123 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 6,553,207,061 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure of the recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1123, the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications. Will as many of that opinion say aye, or as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1132, State Department for Sports.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,461,760,837 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1132, the State Department for Sports.
Program under vote 1095 and vote 1132, Sports.
Honourable members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1132 as read out and sums allocated in the sheet will be approved. I now put the question that the program under vote 1132 as read out and the sums allocated in the sheet will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,461,760,837 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for the recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1132, the State Department for Sports. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1134, State Department for Culture and Heritage.
All members, I propose the question that Kenya shillings not exceeding 4,084,732,136 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1134 for State Department for Culture and Heritage.
Programs under vote 1134-1, Culture/Heritage. 2, the Arts. 3, Library Services. 4, General Administration, Planning and Support Services. And 4, Public Records Management.
All members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1134 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I now put the question that the programs under vote 1134 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,084,732,136 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1134, the State Department for Culture and Heritage. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1135, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy.
All members have proposed a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,625,744,453 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the current and development expenditure during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1135, the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy.
Programs under Vote 1135. Number 1, Film Development Services. 2, Youth Empowerment Services. 3, Youth Development Services. And 4, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question, members, that the programs under Vote 1135, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I now put the question that the programs under Vote 1135, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,625,744,453 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the development and recurrent, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1135, the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1152, State Department for Energy.
All members have proposed a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 63,473,797,172 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the current and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of Vote 1152, the State Department for Energy.
Programs under Vote 1152. 1, General Administration, Planning and Support Services. 2, Power Generation. 3, Power Transmission and Distribution. And 4, Alternative and Energy Technologies.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under Vote 1152, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. Yes, Honorable Massey.
Chair, could the Chair Energy and the Budget Chair explain why there is a reduction of 520 million from 1152-109-701 for rural electrification schemes, when we know very well there is need for more rural electrification because so many people are still in darkness and the demand is very high? Can we understand why you're reducing 520 million for rural electrification?
Thank you, Honorable Watch.
Chair, even as we pass this particular vote, I think it is important for us to remember that last mile connection is not only just about the constituencies in the rural areas. There are constituencies in urban areas which are informal, those informal settlements, including my own constituency, others in Mukuru and other places that have not been under electricity for nearly 7 years. I can tell you one particular ward called Hospital Ward in my constituency. So I should hope that the affirmative action that has been put in place in this specific vote to ensure connectivity to my people and other informal settlements will be completed at the supplementary budget, when we will ask that they put additional monies so that we have last mile in informal settlements. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Energy, Chair Budget.
Over there. Can I ask one more?
Chair Budget, there's a question on...
Chair, the question by Honorable Mary Massey, 530 million was removed. That money was meant for paying a pending bill. And we realized that the committee justified that the money was not sufficient, and therefore the money was transferred to cater for electricity to public institutions.
Honorable Massey, you heard what he said? This money was supposed to be meant for paying pending bills, but they moved from that vote so that it comes to where you said it should go, yes. That it goes to public institutions. You got the mic.
Honorable Chair, I think it will be important if you can submit the list we see which public institutions, because we have stalled last mile programs where the posts have been delivered. Nothing is ongoing because the contractor has withdrawn from the site. If you come to Teso South, I have a number of programs that where posts have been supplied, the holes have been dug, no installation.
Thank you.
The contractor has withdrawn. So if you do not pay pending bills, and we are the same house that's advocating for payment of pending bills, so what are we saying? Are we not contradicting ourselves, Honorable Speaker?
Chair, the problem Mary is raising is everywhere.
Is Honorable Mary.
Honorable Mary is raising is everywhere. Sorry, Chair. And for my case, I know that there are some of the cases are in court. There are so many court cases in REREC that is stalling the development of those programs. I want to assure you, Mary, that the funds that we took to public institutions are not specific to projects. We decided that we will not, as budget committee, specify, new projects for the money that we have allocated to institutions. So the money is in REREC as bulk. So REREC now will be able to look at those programs that need to be funded, and they fund directly, as opposed to members of parliament putting new projects in the list at budget level.
I think you are well advised, Honorable Mary Omase. This should be sufficient for you. I now put the question, Honorable members, that the programs under vote 1152, as read out and some again, they said will be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 63 billion 473 million 797,172 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recurrent and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1152, the State Department for Energy. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1162, State Department for Livestock Development.
Oh, members, I propose the question that a sum of Kenya shillings 10 billion 534 million 076,805 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure. Order. Oh, members, I propose the question that a sum of Kenya shillings 10 billion 534 million 76,805 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both recurrent and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of vote 1162, the State Department for Livestock Development.
Program under vote 1162, Livestock Resource Management and Development.
I propose the question, members, that the programs under vote 1162, as read out and sums located in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Honorable Bashir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable, when I look at this vote, there is a new board by the name National Livestock Development and Promotion Service Board that has just been allocated a paltry 50 million. Honorable Chair, this is a new board that was inaugurated just some 4 months ago, and it needs to take off. Remember, livestock contributes 12% to our GDP. Unfortunately, there's no seriousness in ensuring that this board takes off. So what is the plan through the chair they have for this board? There's no point of having a whole board that has been inaugurated and just sitting in the offices and they can't do any programs. Remember, all of us have meat, even our lunch. We can't have lunch without meat, and it's from livestock. We have Coffee Board of Kenya with billions, Tea Board of Kenya with billions. Why is the livestock sector not given the seriousness that it deserves? 50 million is just nothing. This board needs to take off so that it can operationalize. So I just want to hear from the chair, what plans does he have in the subsequent budgeting process so that this board takes off completely to ensure that the livestock sector is well taken care of.
Chair Agriculture. Because this is a policy issue. I don't think it's for the chair of budget. Where's the chair of agriculture? No, but order, just sit down. The honorable member, you cannot do this to the chairman budget, yet you know that this budget comes from the committees. I think decorum is very important here. Yeah, let's have the chair budget saying something on it.
Comment.
Yes.
Chair, thank you very much for that protection. Indeed, this is a policy issue. But let me say that it is sad that this board has not been inaugurated to function through proper funding. They had asked us for about 500 million, but Honorable Chair, we were able to give them 50 million shillings to begin their activities. I am sure that in the successive budgets that will come, we will be able to see what we can be able to add. But I want to confirm to the House that the board has 50 million shillings in this budget, and we believe that that is enough for them to begin operations. Thank you.
The Honorable, 1 minute each, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is a very important issue.
But give it 1 minute. Don't go beyond 1 minute.
Allow me this, Chairman.
I won't allow you more than 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know the... Yeah. Chairman, this is a very important issue, and I want to confirm to the House and the pastoral community of the Republic of Kenya that this morning we have had a serious discussion with the CS Treasury on the same. Chairman, you are aware the bill was passed in 2013, but the board was operationalized 4 months ago. You can just understand why it took over 10 years to operationalize. Secondly, Chairman, I know where you also come from. There is this sessional paper called Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, which is in operation somewhere in the Ministry of Finance. So I want to assure that we are not going to let this go. This board must be funded. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure this board takes off. And I'm glad to report to the pastoral community that we have had a serious undertaking from the CS Treasury, the Honorable Mbadi, this morning, and we'll still meet him again next week on Wednesday to deliberate on the so. This board must be funded. Correct. That is the long and short of it.
Correct. I think that is the long and short of it. When they do that, they also fund Fisheries Board. The Honorable Karoli.
Honorable Chair, on the vote for Ministry of Livestock.
No, okay.
Yes, I note with very serious concern that there's a reduction, though it is from what was presented last week, but it is being called an increment. Here it says increase of 50 million for sustainable sesefly and trypanosomiasis-free areas. Yeah. Yet last week we had 100 million allocated to combat sesefly, especially in the Lambwe Valley, where this problem is very acute. I would like to get some clarity as to what is going on here.
Chair Agriculture? Yeah. Or do you want to answer that, Honorable Wanyonyi?
Yes. I think this has come before us. And what we are discussing, Chair, is that we should actually improve on the livestock policy to the extent that we have some programs to export live animals, particularly the Far East and the Middle East. So this, again, I think we are discussing it at the departmental point, and I think we'll be able to do that because it's important for the exportation of live animals, particularly the Middle East and the Far East.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, members, I put the question, therefore.
My question was...
The Honorable Wanyonyi.
Yes, last week...
I thought...
Last week...
1 minute.
Yes,
Honorable Wanyonyi, I thought you answered the question by the Honorable Karoli on the sesefly reduction. He's not aware. So the Honorable Chair of BSC, do you have any response to this? The Honorable Chair of Budget, this issue of sesefly in the Lambwe Valley.
Chair, again, let me say this is, again, policy, and the Chairman of Agriculture would have been best placed to respond to that issue. Chair, I hope I've satisfied the members.
Thank you. Members, I put the question. The programs under vote 1162. What is out of order?
You see, I think the chair of budget is evading the question because
The question seems to be, there is contradiction. There is 50 million here, then there's 100 million. That is not policy. That is budgeting. So is there internal contradiction that the chair should be able to let us know? Mr. Chair, in Lambwe Valley, my home, my traditional home is in Lambwe Valley. Those sassafly are resting on my trees every morning. I don't want to be beaten by those things so that I would sleep in this honorable house. Please, can we have that reconciliation properly?
The Honorable Chair, BSc.
Chair, the total amount allocated is 100 million. One is for sassafly, and one is for trypanosomiasis.
Okay.
Yes.
The Honorable Karoli, you need to check that as I put the question. The programs under vote 1162, as read out and some of the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 10 billion 534 million 76,805 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for the current development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1162, the State Department for Livestock and Livestock Development. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1166, State Department for the Blue Economy and Fisheries.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings 8 billion 229 million 908,389 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurring and development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of what 1166 with the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries.
Programs under vote 1166: 1. Fisheries Development and Management; 2. General Administration Planning and Support Services; and 3. Development and Coordination of the Blue Economy.
Members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1166 as read out and some located in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1166 as read out and some located in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 8 billion 229 million 928,389 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure both the country and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1166, the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1169.
Members, I propose the question that sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 49 billion 794 million 523,900 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the current and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1169, the State Department for Agriculture.
Programs under vote 1169: 1. General Administration Planning and Support Services; 2. Crop Development and Management; 3. Agribusiness and Information Management; 4. Agricultural Research and Development.
All members, it's an amendment to the program Crop Development Management by the chairman of BSc. Your amendment to the agriculture budget?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I would like to move that the first schedule be amended in vote 1169, State Department for Agriculture, under the vote 0108000, Crop Development and Management, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 20,166,811,411, appearing in column 7, gross capital estimates, and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 20,316,811,411. Honorable Chair, this is an addition of 150 million to help in purchasing dryers for coffee farmers. Thank you.
So members, I propose, after I propose, then we'll do the order. I propose a question that the program as read out by the chair under vote 1169 be amended as proposed. Yes, the Honorable Muchomba.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to point out that the Honorable Atandi is out of order because in his amendment, he's read out the first figure in billions. But the second figure he has read, he has not told us whether it is billions or millions. And you need to be categorical because I'm a coffee farmer and I'm very interested in this. Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Chair. This House approved the sugar reforms and approved the listing of public sugar mills. Honorable Chair, the public sugar mills are around 5.6 billion shillings. Honorable Chair, in this particular proposal, we're seeing a reduction of 530 million shillings from the sugar reforms. Can the Chair assure us that this is not going to affect the sugar reforms because the farmers are owed 5.6 billion shillings? The investors have taken over and the government had committed itself to paying all these sums of money to the sugar farmers and the employees and the retirees. Can the Chair assure us that these farmers are going to be paid and the employees?
Chair, this department oversees most of the value chain under the so-called beta, whatever that means. Honorable Chair, and I hope they have included sufficient funds for the textile value chain in terms of seed funds for cotton, seed for cotton, plus the granaries and the entire value chain, so that we realize that dream does not just become a rhetoric in public.
Thank you, honorable members. I propose, the Honorable Muchomba, we've just spoken on this already. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I've just had a chat with the Honorable Chair for BAC, and he's explained to us why he's changing the figures, but please allow him to submit the actual figures on Speaker so that we record properly. Because last financial year, Mr. Speaker, the same was done. Some money was allocated, but it was never implemented. And therefore, I think this is a house of record, and records are very critical. Thank you.
The figures that I've read, the figures I'm going to read are the figures of the House. So I want you to listen to the figure I'm going to read next. The addition on this is just 20 million, and therefore, members, I propose the question that the program crop development and management under vote 11. Go ahead.
I think this is a house that we should be allowed to express ourselves.
You have, and I'm responding to you just
and
now.
it is only right for us to be listened to, not to be dismissed. I am saying the figure that the chair of budget has read on the first submission is not the same figure he has repeated in his second submission.
Because
so what figure are we entrenching?
That's what I'm explaining to you, because he is amending. So he read the first figure he read is a figure in the order paper. The second figure he read is the amended figure.
Tell us whether it is billions or millions or shillings. That's what we want him to say, so that we can keep track. Our work is oversight, Mr. Speaker.
No, he said so, but he can repeat, because I had him read what you are saying he should read. The member, be on record again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that vote 1169, State Department for Agriculture, under 0108000, Crop Development and Management, be amended by deleting the expression 20,166,811,411 appearing in column 7, gross capital estimates, and substituting, therefore, the expression Kenya shillings 20,316,811,411. And I explained that this is an addition of 150 million shillings meant for buying coffee dryers. Thank you.
All members, I therefore put the question that the program, Crop Development and Management, under vote 1169, be amended as proposed. Will ask one of the opinion say aye? Will ask one of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question: the program crop development and management under vote 1169 as amended and sums allocated to be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. All members are now propose the question that the programs under vote 1169 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Before I put the final question on this, the Honourable Member, Chair of Budget, there's a question that I think we passed. It doesn't affect the numbers, but you need to respond to it. The question by the Honourable Makali. That's what I'm dealing with now. His question was, where did you take the 530 million for sugar reforms?
Honourable Chair, that money was reallocated by the Committee on Agriculture, and I think they directed it to coffee sector, isn't it? Coffee. They took it. Chair, that was a reallocation by the committee. I think Honourable the MP for
what is the chair
Kwanza
today?
Is a member of that committee, and that was what the report that came from them. Yes. What they Chair, let me add that the money was taken for coffee sector, for crop diversification in the coffee sector. Honourable Chair, people in Western Kenya also want to grow coffee. So the committee felt that they need to take that money so that the citizens of Western Kenya can diversify from sugarcane to coffee.
Honourable Makali, I think this is not...
And that was...
Thank you, honourable members. I now put the question. That a sum of in Kenya shillings, 49,944,523,900 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditures recurring on development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1169, the State Department for Agriculture. Will ask many of that opinion say aye. Will ask many of the court of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honourable Karoli, which report is this?
Honourable Chair, you gave us time to consult with the Chair for Water and the Chair Budget. And the question had asked about Muozi Dam, yes, the reduction of 10 million shillings. We have made a finding, together with the supporting staff, the clerk, that there is no concomitant increment. So we have agreed that it should go on record that there will be a rectification in the appropriations. I think it is important that it is captured in the Hansard, and both chairs are here, they can confirm what I'm saying.
It's so recorded.
It is so recorded.
It's so recorded.
It
Member
so
of the chairperson Water, chairperson
rectified.
BSc.
Thank you.
It's so recorded. Next.
Vote 1173, State Department for Cooperatives.
All members have proposed the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shilling 7,348,989,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure of recurring and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1173 for the State Department for Cooperatives.
Program under vote 1163, program under vote 1173, Cooperative Development and Management.
All members, I propose the question that the program under vote 1173 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the program under vote 1173 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 7,348,989,807 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1173 for the State Department for Cooperatives. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1174, State Department for Trade.
Members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenyan shillings 4,153,904,252 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both economic and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1174 with the State Department for Trade.
Programs under vote 1174. 1. Fair trade practices and compliance of standards. 2. International trade development and promotion. 3. General administration, planning and support services. And 4. Domestic trade and regulation.
Members, I propose the question. The programs right under vote 1174 as read out and sums allocated in the sum be approved. I put the question. The programs read under vote 1174 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some of the in Kenya shillings 4,153,904,252 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1174, State Department for Trade. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1175, State Department for Industry.
Honorable members, I propose a question. There are some of the in Kenya shillings 9,179,416,751 be issued from a consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both economic and development during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1175, State Department for Industry.
Programs under vote 1175. 1. General administration, planning and support services. 2. Industrial promotion and development. And 3. Standards and quality infrastructure and research.
Members, I propose the question. The programs under vote 1175 as read out on sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question. The programs under vote 1175 as read out on sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum of the Kenya shillings 9,175,416,751 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1175, State Department for Industry. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development.
Honorable members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,093,490,075 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development.
Programs under vote 1176. 1. Promotion and development of MSMEs. 2. Product and market development for MSMEs. 3. Digitization and financial inclusion for MSMEs. And 4. General administration, planning and support services.
All members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1176 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1176 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question, therefore, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,093,490,075 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1176 with the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shilling 3,512,463,200 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026 in respect of vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion.
Program under vote 1177, Investment Development and Promotion.
All members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1177 as read out and sums allocated the sum be approved. I put the question that the program read under votes 1177 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,512,463,200 be issued from consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026, in respect of vote 1177 for the State Department for Investment Promotion. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skills Development.
All members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 5,063,807,569 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026, in respect of vote 1184 with the State Department for Labor and Skills Development.
Programs under vote 1184: 1. General Administration Planning and Support Services; 2. Labor, Employment and Safety Services; and 3. Manpower Development, Industrial Skills and Productivity Management.
All members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1184, as read out under some located in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1184, as read out and some located in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question, because we've passed the debate stage, Honorable Muchomba. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 5,063,807,569 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent development during the year ending 30th June 2026, in respect of vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skill Development. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1185, State Department.
The honorable members, I propose the question that the sum.
Vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 29,320,019,578 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development during the year ending 30th June 2026, in respect of vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs.
Programs under vote 1185: 1. Social Development and Children's Services; 2. National Social Safety Net; and 3. General Administration Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question. The programs under vote 1185, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we appreciate this allocation for the elderly. And the only thing I would wish is that we improve on the release. There are lots of delays in releasing this money. And our senior citizens are actually suffering. So if you can improve on the release, that would be excellent.
Correct. Honorable Mase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I see a reduction of 600 million from National Social Safety Net. And I'm wondering if we can get a clarification, the reasons why. When we know that for a number of years, I think more than 3 years, the elderly have not been registered. We have a good number who have achieved the age to benefit from this social fund, yet they have not yet been onboarded. Yet I'm seeing a reduction of 600 million from this allocation. Could we be explained as to why?
Honorable Sandi.
Indeed, Honorable Mary is right that the numbers, that so many of the elderly have not been onboarded. Also, so many of the elderly have also died, and the numbers have actually decreased. So I think what we can assure is that as the process of onboarding takes off, then the budget will be reinstated.
Okay. Well, members, I put the question. The programs under vote 1185, as read out and some in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some in Kenyan shillings 29,320,000,000 19,578 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the country and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1186, State Department for Children Welfare Services.
All members, I propose a question. There are some not exceeding Kenya shillings, 12 billion, 362 million, 972,557 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the country and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1186, State Department for Children Welfare Services.
Programs under vote 1186. 1. Social Development and Children Services. 2. National Social Safety Net. And 3. General Administration Planning and Support Services.
All members, I propose a question. The programs under vote 1186, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. I put the question that the programs under vote 1186, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that as some not exceeding Kenya shillings, 12 billion, 362 million, 972,557 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1186 with the State Department for Children and Welfare Services. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1192, State Department for Mining.
All members, I propose the question that as some not exceeding Kenya shillings, 1,630,586,444 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1192, State Department for Mining.
Programs under vote 1192. 1. General Administration Planning and Support Services. 2. Mineral Resources Management. And 3. Geological Survey and Geoinformation Management.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the programs under vote 1192, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. I put the question: the programs under vote 1192, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, will be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that are some not exceeding Kenya shillings, 1,630,585,444 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the country and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1192, State Department for Mining. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 30,689,400,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the country and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum.
Program under vote 1193, Exploration and Distribution of Oil and Gas.
Members, I propose a question that the program under vote 1193, as read out and sums allocated, to be approved in the schedule, will be approved. Yes, Honorable Wundo.
I'm not so sure if the chair of a Budget Appropriation Committee will shed light or apprise the country on the stage or the extent of exploration, remembering, and I hope the majority whip is not leaving, could as well answer the question. We have had reports in the past of oil exploration in Turkana and gas exploration in the Coast region, and I can see there's a whooping 25B of but the current, but whooping 5 billion for the same. I presume that's for exploration. Can we be given the status report just to know that there's value for money? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Chair, Budget.
Honorable Chair, I plead that you save me from that question, that policy question, because clearly it is not within the scope of budget.
Because I know the Honorable Wundo will come to the floor with a proper question to the relevant committee. because the status of exploration in a budget committee.
Ginny, ultimately, the final word lies with the Chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee. He must have been briefed, and being a diligent young man from
The last time I heard you were sitting in the Committee on Land.
No, I have never sat in the Committee of Land.
Which committee were you sitting in?
I sit in Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and Public Accounts Committee.
And your committee brought a report before the Budget Committee?
Yes, but it has nothing to do with exploration.
No, the point is that when you sat as the Trade Committee, you looked at all the things under the Trade Committee and took them before the BSc. Not so?
Yes, and when the chair went to the BSc, he was requested to defend every single line of entry. So I'm sure by this time, the young man has got a lot of information which he can literally take us through.
I want to beseech you members. There's nothing untoward on this matter. Just because we have a break doesn't mean you should. No, I want to proceed on this matter. The Honorable Adan, speak on the next. Okay, 1 minute.
Committee.
1 minute, please.
And I really respect the Honorable Lundo because he understands. You know, when he was raising that issue, I'm sure he also knows the answer. The budget making process is stratified in such a way that there's the budget policy statements, which is a wish list that encompasses every policy objective of the executive. Then it comes to Parliament.
Thank you.
That statement is what leads to the stratification, putting it in figures. And that's what ends up actually before.
Of course, that's what the Honorable Wondo teaches at the university. He knows this.
So please, I know you are somebody well informed, well reasoned, well articulated. Bring it as a question, and I'm sure the chair of the relevant committee will be in a position to answer.
I put the question, members, that the programs under vote 1193, as read out and summed located in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question. There are some notices in Kenya shillings, 30,689,400,000 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to commit the expenditure, both the and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1193, the State Department for Petroleum. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1202, State Department for Tourism.
All members, I propose the question. There are some notices in Kenya shillings, 16,163,579,810 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of vote 1202, the State Department for Tourism.
Programs under vote 1202. 1. Tourism promotion and marketing. 2. Tourism product development and diversification. And 3. General administration, planning and support services.
All members, I propose the question that the programs under vote 1202, as read out and summed located in the schedule, be approved. The Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's worth going on record on this matter, Mr. Chairman. The program on tourism product development and diversification. Mr. Chairman, I think we are really performing very poorly in this area in terms of tourism. This country has a huge potential. I really want to urge this department to use that money effectively so that we boost our numbers. We will also boost our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kagogo.
Mr. Speaker, some 2 weeks ago, we saw a serious backlog at KWS when many tourists wanted to access the park. And it was really embarrassing to the country and embarrassing to those tourists. So, Speaker, we hope the Ministry of Tourism, they are in this financial year, they have put in place some measures to make sure that our tourists find it easy to access our parks.
Thank you. I now put the question, members, that the programs under vote 1202, as read out and summed in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. I now put the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 16,163,479,810 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the current and development, during the year ending 30th June 2026, in respect of Vote 1202, the State Department for Tourism. Will ask another opinion say aye? I will ask many opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1203, State Department for Wildlife.
All members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenyan shillings 14,359,585,305 be issued from this consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for both current and development during the year ending June 30, 2026, in respect of Vote 1203, the State Department for Wildlife.
Program under Vote 1203, Wildlife Conservation and Management.
I propose the question, members, that the program under Vote 1203, as read out and some located in the schedule, be approved. Yes, Honorable Hangogo.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the human-wildlife conflict in this country has been something which is, it has really affected many people. In Kerio Valley, where I come from, we have so many elephants, Mr. Speaker, which has destroyed many crops. Farmers have registered, they have been told to register to the nearby chief, KWS, but they have not been paid. So the payment or the compensation of wildlife conflict, Honorable Chair, is taken too long, and I have to now that there is a pending bill. Is it a pending bill or what has not been paid with those farmers? It's close to 7 billion, almost half of this money. So I don't know from the chair of budget how much out of this 14 billion is going for human wildlife compensation.
Thank you. Member Fondiwa.
Chair, on the same note, in Dewa we have a lot of victims which have been mauled by the crocodile the same way, but the compensation takes a lot of time. Sometimes 2 years, 3 years, they are not compensated. I join that question to be assured that is the compensation included here and will it be implemented?
Honorable
It's very
Chair.
important to us.
Yeah, consultant, get us the answer.
Chair, I wish to confirm that in this budget there's 1.86 billion for human wildlife compensation. So I believe the relevant members of parliament will be able to pursue their compensation for their constituents.
Correct.
Once this budget is passed.
Correct.
Thank you.
And address the same also before the relevant committee. Yes, the member, the minority whip.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm very glad that that money has been put there, because if there's one area that has been affected a lot is my area with especially hippo attacks. But we also share with Ward Chief in some of the areas which are also affected by other forms of wildlife, but especially in our areas we have so many people that have been killed by hippos, and it takes too long to compensate. So I think that's a welcome thing.
Thank you, members. I now put the question. Members, that the program under Vote 1203, as read out and stands in the schedule, be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 14,359,585,305 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure, both the current and development, during the year ending 30 June 2026, in respect of Vote 1203 with the State Department for Wildlife. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1212, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action.
Members, I propose the question that a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 6,344,100,453 be issued from the consolidated fund to complete the sum necessary to meet the expenditure for Recurrent and Development during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of Vote 1212, the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action.
Programs under Vote 1212, 1, community development, 2, gender empowerment, and 3, general administration, planning, and support services.
Members, I propose a question that programs under Vote 1212 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Is there an amendment? There's no amendment on this one. Sure, you have? Okay, go ahead.
Chair, I wanted to confirm that this is the vote where Ngaf falls in. And I can see that in the House there is no women rep.
Of Parliament belongs to members of Parliament. So what else are we doing here in this particular office? What kind of legislation? Yet all the bills that come in this House are under the majority leader. These are duplication and a terrible waste of national resources that could be better used to solve the myriad of problems that we have in this country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Wowen, Baya.
You know, the Honorable Oundo, Professor, needs to be educated on how a bill starts. The office that is mandated with liaising with Parliament, you know, the bill bears the name of the majority leader. But the majority leader just has the mandate to table it here. But there's a whole process that starts from cabinet, that starts from many ministries and all that. Before a bill is born to be a bill under the name of the majority leader, that bill has traversed and resources are required and resources are needed for it to become a bill to be tabled in this House. So, Honorable, even the bill that we are looking at now has not been authored or done by it's a whole process. So, Honorable Oundo, please step down the politics, look at the national agenda, look at the whole country, and let's move forward instead of raising mundane issues on an important issue called supply. Supply, Honorable Speaker, and I want to educate my brother, supply is supply. We will do it. Come and question the budget. Let's handle the supply.
I put the question that the programs under the Vote 1014 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as...
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we're going to statements at order number 7. Remember, today is a day for Committee of Supply. We must be done.
Under the Committee of the Supply, where the House will this be appropriating monies for various state agencies. Under the Committee of the Supply, where the House will this afternoon be considering allocations.
Teso North, Tongaren, Turkana Central, Turkana West, Movita, Nyali, Nyando, Nyaribari, Masaba, Vihiga, Ikolomani, Fumula, Katundu North, Madhira, Suba North, Dadaab, Wajir, East, Kandara, and Chuka Ingangombe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Malio. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we're going to statements at order number 7. Remember, today is a day for Committee of Supply. We must be done with this at least by 3:30. Jared Okello? Not present. Omulher Harun?
The baby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding disappearance of one Mr. Abdirizak Mohamed Yale. Honorable Speaker, on 28 September 2023, Mr. Abdirizak Mohamed Yale of ID number 400-63840, a resident of Garissa County, was allegedly abducted in Nairobi under unclear circumstances. The incident was reported at the Nairobi West Patrol Base under OB number 14/30/9 2023. Since then, Mr. Abdirizak has neither been traced nor presented before any court of law. Article 29 of the Constitution guarantees the freedom of security of each individual and includes the rights of an individual not be detained without trial. The fact that the whereabouts and safety of Mr. Abdirizak remains unknown has caused anxiety amongst his family on the possibility of him suffering violation of his constitutional rights. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. A report on the status of investigations into the disappearance of Mr. Abdirizak Mohamed Yale of ID number 400-63840, who was allegedly abducted in Nairobi under unclear circumstances on 28 September 2023. Measures that the government is taking to ensure that Mr. Abdirizak Mohamed is found and reunited with his family, and measures being taken to apprehend and prosecute perpetrators of the alleged abduction. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Muher. Tongoyo, that is a request to your committee. When can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker.
Were you even listening?
This game was a bit disrupting, but nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, no, I wanted your indulgence, Speaker. I've got quite a number pending and responded statement.
We are dealing with only one. What Omulher has requested.
You know what I was trying to ask, Honorable Speaker? I'm considering, if you agree with us, that I write to the Speaker, to the Minister, because there are too many, actually there are 17, and responded to, and have the CS appear before the committee and call the members so that we can able to expedite all of them, if possible.
Why not? Go ahead and do so.
So we can do next week, combine all of them and have them responded. Thank you.
Yakub Ado Kuno, member for Bora. Yakub Ado Kuno. Gitonga Mukunji.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the operationalization of the Rehabilitation Fund in the country. Honorable Speaker, Section 53 of the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Act of 1994 provides for the establishment of a rehabilitation fund. The section specifically mandates that the fund shall be used to establish, maintain, and support rehabilitation centers, cover expenditures related to the care, treatment, and aftercare of persons recovering from drug addiction, support and training and deployment of personnel involved in the rehabilitation of such individuals, and to facilitate community-based programs.
Koe Mixed Secondary School from Gatundu North, Kiambu. Pasares.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to pass my condolences to the family members of the late Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, the autopsy results are already out, and it shows that he went through a really brutal death, and it's really sad.
County. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of June,
to the Sokoni Community Development Organization projects. Number 2, the specific timelines within which when the National Land Commission will complete the outstanding payment of 996 1,394 Kenya shillings. And lastly, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. 2 weeks. Catherine Omanyo, Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2, Section C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the urgent need for expansion of the Busia-Kisumu Road and the Bungoma-Malaba Road to dual carriageways. Honorable Speaker, the Busia-Kisumu Road and the Bungoma-Malaba Road are vital transport networks in Western Kenya, linking key commercial towns and serving as transit routes for goods and services through the Busia and Malaba border points to and from the neighboring countries, including Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi. Notably, these major roads facilitate regional trade, contribute to local economies, and are integral in sustaining Kenya's position as a transport hub within the Northern Corridor. Honorable Speaker, the poor state and congestion resulting from the narrowness of the said roads continue to cause accidents and prolonged truck queues as they approach the Busia and Malaba border posts, affecting trade and transport. Further, the lengthy presence of truck drivers in those regions, particularly the Busia-Sega section of the Kisumu-Busia Road, has escalated cases of immorality and teenage pregnancies, posing serious social concerns. There is an urgent need to expand these key roads and designate truck parking yards so as to ease congestion, improve safety, and boost trade and economic growth in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. Immediate and short-term interventions by the Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, to address congestion and safety hazards pending the dualling of the said roads, including the timelines and budget. 2. The long-term plans, including financing mechanisms and projected timelines for the dualling the Bungoma-Malaba Road and the Kisumu-Busia Road. 3. The measures in place to address the social ills associated with the prolonged stay of the truck drivers in the affected transit points, particularly luring minors into illicit sex. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Transport, GK, when can you bring a response? Give him a mic.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Jared Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and allow me to make it clear that the
Jared
state...
Okello, you came late. This is round 2, we are calling that. You start by apologizing to the House.
That's what I'm coming to, Honorable Speaker.
You are starting with that.
Yeah, okay. That is exactly what I was coming to.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I apologize for coming late. You had called me
Yes.
before, and I had not appeared because of some unavoidable circumstances. Honorable Speaker, the statement that I have is, I'm reading it on behalf of the Kabondo Kasipul constituency Member of Parliament, Honorable Eve Obara, who is out of the country. And here it reads, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the circumstances surrounding the tragic death of Mr. Alfred Ojwang, a teacher and social media influencer from Kabondo Kasipul constituency, while in custody at the Central Police Station, Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of June, this year of our Lord 2025, Mr. Alfred Ojwang was seized from his home in Kakoth village, Kokwanyo Kakelo ward, Kasipul, Kabondo constituency in Homa Bay County, by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI. He was reportedly arrested over allegations of publishing defamatory content online. Mr. Ojwang was initially detained at Mawego Police Station before being transferred over 385 kilometers to Nairobi, where he was detained at Central Police Station. This situation raises concerns regarding the legality of the transfer of Mr. Ojwang from Homa Bay County to Nairobi. Section 71 of the Criminal Procedure Code, Cap 75, provides that an offense must be tried by a court within the local limits of the jurisdiction where it was committed, or where the accused person was apprehended. No court order appears to have been issued to authorize the transfer as required by law, and the National Police Service standing orders. Even more distressing is the report that while at Central Police Station, Mr. Ojwang was placed in a solitary cell where he allegedly hit his head against the wall in the cell. He was then rushed to Mbagathi County Referral Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. The circumstances surrounding his death remain highly suspicious, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Ojwang was the only son, and his death has left his family devastated. Article 21 of the Constitution places an obligation on the state to observe, respect, protect, and fulfill the rights and fundamental freedoms of all individuals, including suspects in police custody. The unexplained death of Mr. Ojwang in a police cell demands full disclosure, accountability, and redress. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, report on the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Alfred Ojwang while in police custody at Central Police Station, including the legal basis for his arrest and reasons for his placement in solitary confinement. Number two, the justification for the transfer of Mr. Ojwang from Homa Bay County to Nairobi County, contrary to the provisions of the law. Number three, the current status of investigations by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, into the death of Mr. Ojwang, including whether an autopsy or inquest has been conducted, and lastly, the immediate administrative and disciplinary actions that have been taken against officers who apprehended and transferred the deceased to Nairobi and those who were on duty during the incident. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, you added your voice to this subject, and it is a testament that you are concerned on the plight and aspirations of the Kenyan people. And more importantly, you pushed for an impartial probe to be quickly carried out. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and we hope that an in-depth analysis of all the matters surrounding this death will be unraveled in good time. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Passaris had also filed a request to seek a similar statement. And before I give you an opportunity to joyride on that, I acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Nairobi Muslim Academy from Langata constituency, Nairobi, the SEK Junior School from Starehe, Nairobi, and Gakoe Mixed Secondary School from Gatundu North, Kiambu. Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to pass my condolences to the family members of the late Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, the autopsy results are already out, and it shows that he went through a really brutal death, and it's really sad. We're in a month where we want reparation and healing. We want this country to move forward. And I know that this is going to anger a lot of Kenyans. What I ask for is absolute expedition of the investigation. And I ask for the police for once to stand for the people of Kenya, to stand for justice, and to change their ways. Because if we try and play around with this case, it will not be good. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga has issued a statement on the same. It is time for us to address the wrongs and the rot that we have in the police service. But it's not all the policemen. I want people to know, I've seen on social media people calling for burning of police stations, attacking politicians. I want Kenyans to understand we're in this together. The police force is not all bad. The police force is there to serve us. So as we give condolences, as we ask for investigation.
Under the new constitution, is no longer a force, it's a service.
Yes, actually, yes, I understand that, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the correction. I just pray that the family finds peace and that we can do something right now to bring justice to this young man and all the lost souls that we've had in our country. Police brutality should end. The police should do what they're mandated to do and do it within the rule of the law as mandated and asked for by the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bowen, on the same?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the question by the Honorable Jared. And Mr. Speaker, my condolences to the family, the Honorable member.
Ms. Jared Okello is not a lady.
Okello, yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that a young man who just wrote something on a social media had to die. Mr. Speaker, when in Kerio Valley, bandits are brutalizing people, killing women and children, and there is nothing happening to them. Just because someone has written something on a social media, Mr. Speaker, and now his life is not there. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the security heads in the country, Mr. Speaker, to take this matter very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, we want to condole with the family of Ojwang and ask IPOA to make sure that they investigate this matter and make sure those who are involved, Mr. Speaker, are brought to book. And Mr. Speaker, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, many of us here from the North Rift, Mr. Speaker, what people are going through there in the hands of bandits. And the police are just joyriding around town here, looking for people who are writing Twitter, writing on Facebook, and this one. They are not going for those bandits. So, Mr. Speaker, they must take their work very seriously.
Thank you. Mele Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to give my condolences to the family of the late Ojwang on his unfortunate demise at the hands of some rogue officers. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is unfortunate that at this time, after we passed a new constitution making the police service a service, that we still have people who are behaving in the manner that we have seen. Mr. Speaker, I'd want to call on the President to ensure that the police that have been found to be behind the death of Ojwang and who are actually tainting the name of the police should be charged and should be prosecuted, and it should be fast, because justice delayed is justice denied. The problem is we have seen in this country sometimes people are arrested, and when their angers go down, then the case disappears. To show seriousness, this case should be fast-tracked. And Mr. Speaker, if IPOA is not in a position to, occasionally the government has actually employed the services of external forces and external investigators. For us to have confidence, perhaps the government may need to even consider that, because it's really, really unfortunate that a young person should be killed in this manner. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell the public, sometimes I know the frustration of the public, but the members of Parliament are not the ones who are responsible for the death. We are actually feeling the same pain.
And Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come from Homa Bay County, we even feel it more because this is our county. And so we don't want people in our county to be killed, even Kenyans to be killed, but especially people from Homa Bay County. We are only just the other day we lost Honorable Ngondowere. Now we are losing this man who is almost a neighbor to Honorable Ngondowere. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to see seriousness in the way the government deals with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to join the rest of the House and Kenyans in conveying condolences to the family of the late Albert Ojwang. Indeed, it's very sad to have lost such a young man in circumstances which are unclear, which in those circumstances themselves puts our National Police Service into question, especially when they give a statement which on the face of it does not make sense. Honorable Speaker, we urge the service, IPOA, and everyone who is investigating to actually do the best they can to unravel the ministry, to unravel the mystery so that justice is served on the family of this young boy who passed away in those circumstances. Sometimes we wonder why the police service actually has to conduct itself in the way it is doing. And what begs the question is whether their syllabus has changed since the days pre-colonial, or even the colonial days. Because we know very well during the state of emergency, we had these extrajudicial killings. Has this been carried on even up to today? Are there officers, whether senior or junior, who are giving instructions to have young boys executed? These are the questions we ask ourselves, and it is the high time we looked at the qualifications and the training of our police officers. Maybe there may be something wanting, the entry point level and the training they get at Kiganjo. Times have changed. We must now live to expectation. Justice must be done at all times, and we must condemn extrajudicial killings to the fullest. It should not be allowed, it should not be condoned, and this House should continue to condemn it day in, day out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is by all means a very serious matter. Yesterday, yours truly here and others spoke to it in the same manner that you are speaking. The chairman of Security Committee, this matter is causing a lot of anxiety, and the explanations coming out, for those of you who have read the book Steve Biko, it sounds like a Steve Biko story. And I would want to direct the chairman.
This is the 15th budget since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, and this also is the first budget by the CS for the National Treasury, Honorable John Badi. This being his inaugural budget, the country will be waiting to see what the CS for the National Treasury has in store for the country in regards to the budget and basically the revenue raising measures and loopholes that the country is seeking to seal to ensure the optimum collection of revenue. The budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by the CS for the National Treasury will feature a number of highlights. Among them is the aspect of economic performance, basically
made in the investigations and some response to the issues raised by the Honorable Jared Okello on behalf of Ifo Bara, the Honorable Pasaris, Mili, Morugara, and Bowen. And I know many members have issues on this. Hold your horses. When the statement comes on Thursday, I'll give you an opportunity. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. And just like the rest of us and majority of Kenyans, I want also to pass my condolences to the family. It is extremely very unfortunate incident, Honorable Speaker, that a young Kenyan dies in the hand of the police and where is actually supposed to be safe. Honorable Speaker, as you are guided, I want to confirm to you and Kenyans and this House that we are all disturbed. And this morning, we had already written, of course, and the clerk has even signed the letter to summon the IG and the IPOA to brief the committee on behalf of this House on what has happened and the update on the investigation, so that by the afternoon, as you instructed, I will be able to give at least a preliminary report on the same, Honorable Speaker.
I encourage you not to wait for them to brief you.
Yes.
I encourage you to interrogate them.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, actually what I wanted to, if it is even possible, the members who raised issues here, they can as well even appear and of course give support to the committee to really, because Honorable Speaker, heads must roll.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thursday at 2:30.
Yes.
Honorable members, in the public gallery, we have Kabungut Boys School, Bomet Central, Bomet, Solai Day School from Rongai, Nakuru, Mukuri Girls High School for Mara, Tarakaniti. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the schools, their students, their teachers, and all those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Responses to statements, administration, Tongoyo, to the statement by Doris Donya. Is Donya in the house? Donya, is she in the house? Yes, there she is. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as well as I respond to the statement being sought by Honorable Donya, Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence. Also here with me, Honorable Speaker, you remember last week you did instruct me to update the House on the latest investigation report in inquiry on the alleged abduction of George Ngoibori, the Member of Parliament for Juja constituency.
Honorable Tongoyo, today is a supply day. We're going into the committee at 3:30. The Koimburi matter, I can see you with the volumes of files.
Very thorough investigation, Honorable Speaker.
You will do that tomorrow. Okay. Go ahead and respond to Donya
the 30th of April, the Cabinet
in the shortest
Secretary,
time possible, because we have to go into committee at 3:30.
Well guided, Honorable
the
Speaker.
Bring your volumes tomorrow.
And the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary do submit
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
budget estimates to the National
well guided.
Assembly. This is what has been
Honorable Speaker,
considered by the
in
National
response
Assembly
to the
for
question, a
last
statement
week.
being sought by Honorable
Early this week,
Member of Parliament for
the
Kisii
National Assembly has been
on the tragic
considering
death of
its budget
Sylvia
estimates
Kimonto and the escalating cases of gender-based violence. I want to start, and the member in particular wanted to know circumstances that led to the killing of Miss Sylvia Kimonto and how the suspect accessed the victim's room at the university, and the status of investigation and the action being taken to prosecute the perpetrators, and the immediate and long-term measures put in place within the institution of higher learning to guarantee the safety of students, particularly female students who remain disproportionately vulnerable. Honorable Speaker, I state as follows. In September 2024, Eric Mutinda Philip, the suspect, and the Sylvia Kimonto, the deceased, were both admitted to Multimedia University of Kenya to pursue a degree program in electronic engineering and the mathematics for computer sciences, respectively. The two became friends and developed an intimate relationship. However, on February same year, their relationship deteriorated, leading to separation. On the 28th March, Eric Mutinda traveled to his...
Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 12, 2025. 1. Report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st January 2025 to 30th April 2025 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2. The County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. And 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of A. Cardinal Otunga Girls High School, 2. Kiondoni Girls High School, 3. Lugulu Girls High School, 4. Muswani Secondary School, 5. Ingias Girls High School, 6. St. Angela Girls Secondary School, 7. St. Charles Luanga Secondary School, 8. St. Matthias Mulumba Matiani Boys and Boys School, 9. St. Monica Girls Mulutu Secondary School, and 10. Vihiga Friends High School. Honorable Speaker, I lay. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 12th of June, 2025. A report of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works on its consideration of the Senate amendments to the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 59 of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Raso. Where is your chairman? Are you holding any brief? Leader, next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader. Your Thursday statement. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Naomi
Honorable
Wako.
Speaker,
Yes.
pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 4.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as you had previously communicated today, Thursday, 12th June, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA John Bading Gogo, EGH, will make a public pronunciation of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the year 2025-2026 and the medium term. In this regard, I wish to remind members that the House is expected to prioritize consideration of the budget-related bills, taking into consideration the statutory timelines applicable to the budget-making process. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages. Number 1, Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill 2023. And B, consideration of Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023. Number 2, second reading of A, the Finance Bill 2025, and B, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are subject to respective committees tabling their reports. Number 1, consideration of nominees for appointment to National Police Service Commission. Number 2, approval of the mediated version of the Division Revenue Bill 2025. Number 3, consideration of Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023. Number 4, consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of service to the persons with disability by the National Council of Persons with Disability. And number 5, consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 17th June 2025 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Naomi. Back to order number 5. Chair, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Lay your paper.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 12 June 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its approval hearing of the following nominees for the appointment as members of the National Police Service Commission. 1, Ms. Peris Mudhoni Kimani, Mr. Benjamin Juma Ima, and Professor Coletta Suda.
Thank you.
I laid.
At order number 6, proceed to give your notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing of nominees for appointment as members of the National Police Service Commission laid on the table of the House today, the 12th June 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 246(2) and 252 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, approve the appointment of the following nominees as members of National Police Service Commission. 1, Ms. Peris Mudhoni Kimani, Benjamin Juma Ima, and Professor Coletta Suda. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. At order number 7, Chair
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to commend the Committee of Internal Security and Administration for the professional manner in which they conducted the interrogation of the DCI and the Interior Ministry in relation to the death of Albert Ojwang. It was not a public gallery theater like that happened in the Senate. They were very clear and very focused and deliberate on ensuring that whatever questions were asked were leading to ensuring that they get justice for the family of Albert Ojwang. So I want to congratulate the committee for their professionalism. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, you know today is a day for special business. The chairman of the committee has said, order. The chairman of the committee has said, and I see many members of that committee here because I was following the proceedings, that they just finished the interrogation of the security agencies, and he's told you what remedial action is taking place, and he'll bring a report on Tuesday to which I'll allow you to debate if you wish. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter, and it is good that Parliament sees of it, Mr. Speaker, and we have faith in the Committee of National Security of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to bring us a very detailed report on what happened, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a young man who has lost his life in a very mysterious way, Mr. Speaker, and the family is grieving. But I want to add to it, Mr. Speaker, that let us not politicize this matter. Let us leave the investigative agencies to do their work and report to this House, Mr. Speaker, and report to the country, Mr. Speaker. When one of our colleagues here abducted himself, the police did a fantastic job. They told us what happened. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect a detailed report of that nature, Mr. Speaker, from the police soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, as people from the Fish Lake region, we are grieving, Mr. Speaker. We have lost a very young, prominent young boy, Mr. Speaker, who had a very bright future. But when I see people taking advantage of it politically, Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that you directed the Committee of National Security to look into this matter, and also the police and the Independent Police Oversight Authority. Mr. Speaker, I want a report as soon as possible so that we know what happened to our son as people from the South Nyanza region, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not politicize this matter. If you want politics, kill your son and go and mourn on your own, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Let's not open this. Order. Order, members. I did direct in your full view the chair of the committee to expeditiously bring facts to the House, not rumors, facts. And I followed the proceedings. Members of that committee, I salute you. You have been very, very incisive in putting questions to those police officers. And I hope and believe that on Tuesday, Tongoyo, you bring a comprehensive report, and any one of you who wants to comment, who has material to add, I'll give you an opportunity. We must move to the next business. Call out order number. You have already said that. Yes. Go to order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2024. Question to be put on that reading.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg.
Thanks to the disruption by the Minority Leader, that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. As men of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024 be now read a third time And I also request Honorable Catherine Omanyo, a strong member of that group, to second.
I second fully because I was involved from A to Z.
I beg to
I
second.
second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, be now read a third time. Do I put the question? I now put the question, and I confirm that we have quorum in the House, which is that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 11.3A of the Constitution to provide for the protection and promotion of culture and the cultural heritage of communities and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on the consolidated fund services expenditures for the estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. Question to be put.
Order, member walking into the chamber, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services for the budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026 laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th June 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023. Second reading, question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Kimani, take the nearest seat. I didn't tell you to race across the floor. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the education of learners with disabilities, for the conduct of educational institutions, for learners with disabilities, and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 11, the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024. Second reading, question to be put.
Order, Commissioner Faith. Take your seat. I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, and for connected purposes.
Next, Chair of Budget Committee, you have Finance, sorry, you have some papers to lay on the table.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 12th of June 2025. A report on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025.
Thank you. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the report on the finance bill has been tabled just a few seconds ago, Mr. Speaker.
Correct.
And once it is tabled, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a public document. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the citizenry, together with members of our colleagues, to read the report, because there are 3-4 versions of finance bills in the country, Mr. Speaker, and everybody is talking about his own finance bill. Some will tell you bread is being taxed, others will tell you shoes are being taxed, others will tell you oxygen is being taxed. Mr. Speaker, the real finance bill, and it is recommendation and it is report, which they did extensive public participation, has just been tabled, Mr. Speaker, by the chairman of the Finance Committee. So I'm talking to the country at large and colleagues that please, this is the finance bill that has been brought. This is the finance bill of 2025. There is no another finance bill, Mr. Speaker. So it is important for the public to know that from today they can collect the report from the Parliament and read it, Mr. Speaker, as the real finance bill and not the fake one that is being propagated by certain people in certain villages, Mr. Speaker.
It can't be said any better, honorable members. I want to emphasize what I've been telling you over and over. You are elected to come and legislate in this house, not at funerals. And you'll see many, many of you going to oppose non-existent clauses in the bill at funerals. But when you come to the house, you are nil by mouth. That is not how to legislate. Yes, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the finance bill is not being tabled today. It's been around.
Yes.
What is being tabled today is the report of the committee.
Yes.
So we've been discussing the finance bill, and the public has been discussing the finance bill, so that those contents that were probably very uncomfortable for people would be removed. So I wanted to clarify that. But Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to, before the CS for Treasury comes here, you know, we have two major issues that as members of Parliament we are still, you know, waiting to get a solution to. One of them is the issue of CDF funds for this financial year. And the other issue is a decision made by a court on a matter of RMLF. It would have been important for us to get an answer so that we can be comfortable listening to the PS. Otherwise, we'll be seated here feeling bitter and listening to the PS the CS giving us a story. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, is there a way we can get a response from the chair of NGCDF and also the chair of BSC on those two matters? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Robert Mbui, you have a legitimate concern, but I want to also advise you that 10 minutes before I came to the chamber, your colleagues from both sides of the House, numbering close to 100, walked to the Speaker's chamber with exactly the same concerns. And I did explain to them in very clear terms and details. And we reached an understanding that the worries that you have, since you are not in the meeting, are neither here nor there. We are okay, and you will be okay. And if you want to order Honorable Naika, it's out of order to do what you are doing, and you are a senior in this house. So, Robert, I know the concerns are legitimate, and the process we are taking are equally satisfactory. So hold your horses on that. I am your last line of defense on all these issues, and you know that. Majority Leader, would you now look for the Minister of National Treasury and walk him into the chamber for the solemn business of this afternoon? Yes, Rosa Buyu, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I like it that you said the minister, but I also want to add something. Probably you just forgot to mention it, the expert minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, take your seat. Take your seat. Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a short communication. Honorable members, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C. Who is the member with his phone? Who is the member behind KJ? Honorable Gonzirai, you are one of the fathers of this house. We forgive you. Okay, other members. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. Pursuant to the said provisions, I will shortly interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2025, 2026, and the medium term. In accordance with the standing orders, I have also designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honorable members, as we welcome the Cabinet Secretary to the National Assembly, I wish to remind the House that today's event is largely ceremonial. No decision will be required on the speech as the supply period, which commences with the consideration of the budget estimates and concludes with the enactment of an appropriation act, is still ongoing. Having said that, honorable members, and before we proceed, I take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the presence of distinguished guests in the galleries of the House today, both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. They include members of Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons, and Chief Executive Officers of various parastatals, senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and development partners. Honorable members, I also wish to recognize and appreciate the presence of university student leaders and their colleagues from our universities across the country, members of Bunge la Wananchi, representatives of various youth and women groups, a group of traders representing a cross-section of our small-scale business community, including border riders who are with us today. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Before I invite the Cabinet Secretary to make the pronouncement, I wish to remind the House that in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard in total silence, without question or clarification being sought by any one of you. Honorable members, and you'll only cheer by thumping your feet, not by verbal expressions. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2025-2026. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA John Mbandi Ngonga, AGH. You are now invited to proceed. I thank you, members. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the National Assembly. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to read budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor and privilege that I present to this esteemed House and the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026 budget. I make this statement in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these legal provisions give life to the building constitutional requirements of good governance to which the President and certainly the National Treasury and Economic Planning remain fully committed to. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, for the trust he bestowed upon me by appointing me as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to provide leadership in economic and financial affairs of our country. I remain mindful of the aspirations and high expectations of the Kenyan people as I serve in this office. The Constitution protects realization of economic, social, and cultural rights, which includes the right to adequate food, to adequate housing, to education, right to health, to social security, and to take part in cultural life, to water and sanitation, and also right to work. This budget, Mr. Speaker, speaks to these rights and reaffirms the priority policies and strategies aimed at stimulating economic recovery articulated in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, otherwise known as BETTER, while highlighting the achievements over the past 2.5 years in enhancing the livelihoods of Kenyans. At its core, BETTER has adopted a value chain approach, focusing on strategic investment in areas that generate the highest impact, particularly in job creation and income generation at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, significant successes have been achieved through targeted intervention and structural reforms. These measures have laid a solid foundation for economic recovery and set us on a path towards long-term growth and stability. Mr. Speaker, let me mention just a few achievements under BETTER. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average growth of 5.2% for the period between 2023 and 2024, outpacing both global growth of 3.3% and 3.8% for the sub-Saharan African region over the same period. Other macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rates have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Second, the government has rolled out fertilizer and seed subsidies to farmers across the country, and that has boosted production in key food value chains and revived underperforming or collapsed export crops such as pyrethrum. Since February 2024, Mr. Speaker, a total of 6.5 million registered farmers have benefited from the fertilizer subsidy program. And as a result of these initiatives, the cost of fertilizer has declined by 67% from Kenya shillings 7,500 in 2022 to 2,500 in 2025. While maize production has increased by 38.9% from 61.7 million bags in 2022 to 85.7 million bags in 2024. This is a clear demonstration of the positive impact of our agricultural reforms towards food security and improved household income. Third, to support livelihoods and small businesses, the government has disbursed loans amounting to over 75 billion by the end of May 2025 through the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund. This initiative has provided access to affordable credit to over 26 million customers with a strong base of 9 million repeat borrowers and a repayment rate of 79%.
A total of 4.5 million borrowers are eligible to be graduated to the mainstream financing institutions. And to build a culture of savings for the future, the fund has also successfully mobilized 4.5 billion in savings from its beneficiaries. Fourth, to enhance the attainment of universal health coverage, the government has expanded social health insurance. And as of May 2025, more than 22 million Kenyans were registered with the Social Health Authority, what we call SHA, representing a remarkable 175% increase in membership compared to the 8 million previously enrolled under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF. This marks a major milestone, Mr. Speaker, in our health sector reforms and brings us closer to our goal of equitable, affordable, and accessible health care for all. Fifth, in fulfillment of the commitment to deepen home ownership and close the housing gap, the government has facilitated the construction of affordable housing units across the country. Since September 2022, 2,379 affordable housing units have been completed across 4 counties, with another 11,000 units in the last stages of completion. The units have been advertised for sale to the public through the Bomayangu platform. And in addition, there are 148,465 units under active construction across the remaining 43 counties. As part of the program, the government is also supporting the development of institutional housing for the uniformed services and students. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, these efforts have created over 250,000 direct and indirect jobs for Kenyans. In addition, over 11 billion has been ring-fenced for Juakali and MSMEs to support local fabrication of steel doors, windows, and other construction materials. Sixth, to drive digital transformation and inclusion, the government has expanded last-mile fiber optic connectivity to 13,590 kilometers in 2025, up from 8,900 kilometers in 2022, an increase of 53%. Two, established 285 digital hubs across the country, and also increased the number of digitized government services from 350 in 2022 to 20,985 in 2025 through integration with the e-citizen and mobile platforms, ensuring seamless access for all Kenyans. Seventh, to promote access to reliable and competitive energy, the government has expanded energy generation by installing an additional 167 megawatts of electricity from 3,076 megawatts in 2022 to 3,243 megawatts in 2025. This has enabled connection of 932,839 more customers to electricity. The system peak has increased from 2,149 megawatts of electricity in July 2022 to 2,316 megawatts of electricity in February 2025. The total number of customers connected to electricity has increased to 10 million in 2025 from 8.9 million in 2022. Eighth, to boost education and training outcomes in the country as a tool of creating equality in the society, the government has invested significant resources and implemented radical changes in the education sector. And these include resolving the uncertainty around the competency-based curriculum, CBC, launching of the Kenya Education Management Information System to consolidate all existing student registers from early childhood development to institutions of higher learning into a single centralized database. And three, rolling out of a new student-focused higher education focusing model with special emphasis for students from vulnerable families. Additionally, in order to improve the teacher-student ratio, the government has recruited 76,000 teachers, including junior secondary school teachers. Ninth, to enhance domestic and regional connectivity, boost rural productivity, improve urban informal settlements, and reduce urban congestion, this government has constructed an additional 1,574 kilometers of roads and 129 bridges from 2022 to April 30th, 2025. Further, the government has rehabilitated an additional 212 kilometers of roads and periodically maintains 126,177 kilometers of roads. 10, the government has also made significant progress in expanding social protection through the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. From 2022 to 2025, the number of households with orphans and vulnerable children receiving support has increased by 65% to 428,421. Additionally, persons living with disabilities registered for support grew by 34% to 59,637. The number of senior citizens aged 70 years and above registered for social protection also rose by 66% to over 1.2 million. These efforts have provided stable incomes to the beneficiaries and reduced their dependency on relatives, enhancing their dignity and quality of life. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, notwithstanding these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to address the pressing challenges facing Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget-making process, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on how to address the economic challenges facing our country. In my various engagements at open barasas and in the media, Kenyans have been very resolute in voicing their concerns that include overtaxation and high cost of living, unemployment, need for protection of the poor and vulnerable, and more importantly, the need to reduce government expenditure and wastage of resources across the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, I am alive to these domestic challenges facing Kenyans and the external factors such as geopolitical tensions and shifting global trade dynamics that lead to escalation of the cost of essential commodities in the country, requiring comprehensive responses by government. As you may recall, the social unrest precipitated by the Finance Bill of 2024 brought to the fore the importance of values and principles of governance as enshrined in our Constitution. In response and to win public trust, we have strengthened 6 Mr. Speaker, I am alive to these domestic challenges facing Kenyans and the external factors such as geopolitical tensions and shifting global trade dynamics that lead to escalation of the cost of essential commodities in the country, requiring comprehensive responses by government. As you may recall, the social unrest precipitated by the Finance Bill of 2024 brought to the fore the importance of values and principles of governance as enshrined in our Constitution. In response and to win public trust, we have strengthened 61.7 million bags in 2022 to 85.7 million bags in 2024. This is a clear demonstration of the positive impact of our agricultural reforms towards food security and improved household income. Third, to support livelihoods and small businesses, the government has disbursed loans amounting to over 75 billion by the end of May 2025 through the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund. This initiative has provided access to affordable credit to over 26 million customers with a strong base of 9 million repeat borrowers and a repayment rate of 79%. A total of 4.5 million borrowers are eligible to be graduated to the mainstream financing institutions. And to build a culture of savings for the future, the fund has also successfully mobilized 4.5 billion in savings from its beneficiaries. Fourth, to enhance the attainment of universal health coverage, the government has expanded social health insurance. And as of May 2025, more than 22 million Kenyans were registered with the Social Health Authority, what we call SHA, representing a remarkable 175% increase in membership compared to the 8 million previously enrolled under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF. This marks a major milestone, Mr. Speaker. And exchange rates have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Second, the government has rolled out fertilizer and seed subsidies to farmers across the country, and that has boosted production in key food value chains and revived underperforming or collapsed export crops such as pyrethrum. Since February 2024, Mr. Speaker, a total of 6.5 million registered farmers have benefited from the fertilizer subsidy program. And as a result of these initiatives, the cost of fertilizer has declined by 67% from Kenya shillings 7,500 in 2022 to 2,500 in 2025. While maize production has increased by 38.9%, from 61.7 million bags in 2022 to 85.7 million bags in 2024. This is a clear demonstration of the positive impact of our agricultural reforms towards food security and improved household income. Third, to support livelihoods and small businesses, the government has disbursed loans amounting to over 75 billion by the end of May 2025 through the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund. This initiative has provided access to affordable credit to over 26 million customers with a strong base of 9 million repeat borrowers and a repayment rate of 79%. A total of 4.5 million borrowers are eligible to be graduated to the mainstream financing institutions. And to build a culture of savings for the future, the fund has also successfully mobilized 4.5 billion in savings from its beneficiaries. Fourth, to enhance the attainment of universal health coverage, the government has expanded social health insurance. And as of May 2025, more than 22 million Kenyans were registered with the Social Health Authority, what we call SHA, representing a remarkable 175% increase in membership compared to the 8 million previously enrolled under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And in this regard, this budget provides highlights of the measures the government has taken to stimulate economic recovery, strengthen macroeconomic stability, and enhance resilience of our economy. Mr. Speaker, achieving these strategic objectives will require that we pull in the same direction. It is in this context that His Excellency the President has urged us to put our differences aside, build bridges, and focus on implementation of strategic interventions for a better Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, the theme for this year's budget is stimulating sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods, jobs, also conscious of the fiscal constraints that demand our collective attention and thoughtful action. One, rising demands for increased public spending, which could lead to either higher debt or the need to raise taxes, both of which require careful consideration and balanced decision-making given current public concerns. Two, we face constraints on account of public debt accumulation. Progressively, our debt carrying capacity has narrowed. This calls for prudence and discipline on how we manage and take on new debt. And finally, we face the challenges of mobilizing higher tax revenues as we must balance the need for increased revenues with the need to keep the cost of doing business low to stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, these constraints are interlinked, and addressing them effectively requires strategic planning, fiscal discipline, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. In this regard, this budget will continue to implement a fiscal consolidation plan designed towards slowing down the growth of public debt while protecting service delivery to our citizens. Given the limited resources we have made tough choices by curtailing funding to lower priority areas. This has allowed us to redirect our scarce resources towards the better core pillars and enablers, accelerating outcomes for citizens while maintaining pro-poor spending in health, education, and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement will present the economic context around which this budget is prepared, policy priorities and structural reforms under better, the proposed resource allocations as well as revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And therefore, let me start with the economic policy context. And I will first speak to the global context. Mr. Speaker, 2025-2026 budget has been prepared in the context of heightened uncertainty due to recent tariff wars and the intensification of geopolitical tensions, which continue to pose significant risks to global economies. In this regard and respect, global economic growth is expected to slow from 3.3% in 2024 to 2.8% in 2025, and finally to 3% in 2026. Now, let me come to the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, on the domestic front, the economy has remained resilient, as I stated earlier, recording an average growth rate of 5.2% for the years 2023 and 2024. This performance is higher than the global average of 3.3% and also higher than the sub-Saharan African region average of 3.8 over the same period. This strong growth reflects the impact of sound and deliberate policies, as well as the resilience of our well-diversified economy. These factors have enabled us to withstand significant domestic and external shocks while maintaining a steady path of progress. In 2024, the economy grew by 4.7%, supported by positive growth in all sectors except construction and mining. This growth was lower compared to 5.7% in 2023, mainly due to adverse effects of floods in the second quarter and the anti-finance bill protests in the third quarter of 2024 that disrupted economic activities. In fact, our economy closed down for about 3 months. Mr. Speaker, the government's policy interventions have strengthened the macroeconomic indicators as reflected in the following achievements. Number one, inflation rate has declined to 3.8% in May 2025 from a peak of 9.6% in October 2022. The prices of essential food items, including sugar, milk, maize flour, wheat flour, bread, and rice, among others, have eased. For example, the price of 2 kilograms of sifted maize flour has declined to 156.9 shillings in May 2025 from Kenya shillings 177.7 in October 2022. Similarly, cost of energy and power has also come down over the same period. Second, in response to the decline in inflation, the Central Bank of Kenya has gradually eased monetary policy, lowering the central bank rate from 13% in August 2024 to 9.75% in June 2025. With the easing of monetary policy stance, interest rates have been declining. For example, The 91-day treasury bills rates have declined from an average of 15.9% in May 2024 to 8.3% by May 2025. In addition, the average commercial bank lending rates that peaked at 17.2% in November 2024 have since declined to 15.7% in April 2025 and are expected to decline further. This decline has not only reduced the cost on government debt, but is also expected to stimulate lending by banks to the private sector and support economic activity. And third, foreign exchange market has remained stable, supported by a narrowing in the current account deficit and improved investor sentiment and confidence in our economy. The current account deficit narrowed to an all-time low at 1.3% of GDP in 2024 from 2.5% of GDP in 2023, supported by export of goods, resilient tourism, and remittance inflows, and a contraction in food imports. As a result, our foreign exchange reserves have increased to their highest levels and stood at US dollars 10.5 billion, which is equivalent to 4.7 months of import cover by 30th of May 2025, and continue to provide adequate cover and a buffer against any short-term shocks in the foreign exchange market. The exchange rate against the US dollar has also appreciated from 159.7 to the dollar in January 2024 to stabilize at Kenya shillings 129.3 shillings to the dollar by 30th of May 2025. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to sustain growth momentum in 2025 and 2026, with the growth projected at 5.3% per year. And Mr. Speaker, this growth outlook is premised on a stable macroeconomic environment over the medium term. To foster macroeconomic stability, the government will continue to uphold prudent monetary and fiscal policies, ensuring that our actions remain aligned with the evolving needs of the economy and of the Kenyan people. As part of the process, the government will work to ensure that inflation remains within the targeted range, maintain a competitive exchange rate to the dollar, and deliver stable interest rates. Fiscal policy stance over the medium term will continue to support the government's priority programs under Better through a growth-oriented fiscal consolidation path. And as such, the fiscal deficit is projected to decline from 5.3% of GDP in the financial year 2023-24 to 2.7% of GDP in the financial year 2028-2029. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's economic outlook faces both external and domestic risks. Globally, trade tensions, financial market volatility, and geopolitical conflicts could reduce Kenya's exports, tourism, and remittances, as well as raise costs of essential commodities. In the domestic scene, extreme weather may impact agriculture, infrastructure, and food security. The government is monitoring these risks closely and will take necessary action and measures to safeguard macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, let me now expound on the policy, priorities, and structural reforms that the government is implementing to sustain economic growth and improve livelihood of Kenyans. The priorities are under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, as I have already affirmed earlier in my statement, government's initiatives under Better over the last 2.5 years have resulted in significant successes, notwithstanding a challenging domestic and external landscape. Over the medium term, the government will consolidate the gains already realized to stimulate sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods. Towards this end, the government will continue to implement policies, programs, projects, and the interventions geared towards 1, bringing further down the cost of living, 2, ensuring food security, 3, creating jobs, 4, expanding the tax base, 5, improving foreign exchange balances, and finally, fostering inclusive growth. Priority will be given to attracting strategic investment across Beta's 5 core pillars and their enablers, using a value chain approach to enhance production and add value and improve market access. This will be supported by a whole-of-government approach to service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the government will also implement the following interventions to support and accelerate economic recovery. First, continue to uphold macroeconomic stability and strengthen security to ensure a safe and supportive business environment. Second, accelerate the development of key infrastructure, including roads, railway, energy, and water systems to lower the cost of doing business and ease the movement of the people and goods. Third, boost investment in key economic sectors to drive broad-based, sustainable growth by advancing agricultural transformation, strengthening manufacturing, promoting environmental conservation and climate change mitigation, revitalizing tourism, and ensuring sustainable land use and management. Fourth, strengthen human capital development by increasing investment in health, education, and targeted social safety nets for vulnerable populations to achieve both social and economic outcomes. Fifth, promote empowerment of youth, women, and persons living with disability through government-funded programs complemented by strategic partnerships with private sector organizations. Sixth, facilitate fiscal decentralization by allocating shareable revenues to county governments to bolster institutional capacity and improve service delivery. And finally and lastly, undertake policy, legal, and institutional reforms to improve efficiency and effectiveness in public service delivery. I want to now turn to a presentation on building resilience against climate change. Here, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, climate change, we all know, is now a global crisis. And Kenya remains vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, which pose both economic and fiscal risks. In response, the government is taking proactive steps to align with the global transition towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. To address the challenges and opportunities in climate finance and investment, the government has developed a number of frameworks, including climate finance mobilization strategy, national policy framework on green fiscal incentives, carbon market framework, as well as the national green taxonomy. To diversify our financing sources, address budget deficits, and fund social and environmental sustainability projects, the government is developing a sustainability-linked bond framework that will allow the issuance of a bond. We reaffirm our dedication to protecting our environment, safeguarding livelihoods, and building a climate-resilient Kenya for current and future generations. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we continue to experience challenges of disaster occurrences, mainly due to weather variability and climate change. These pose significant fiscal disruptions, while at the same time affecting lives and livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in order to have a financing framework to manage disaster risks, the government is finalizing the development of the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations of 2025. The regulations seek to establish a dedicated fund for addressing 4 cycles of disaster risk management, namely preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Allow me now to turn to policy and legal institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that sustainable economic recovery depends on the timely implementation of effective policy, legal, and institutional reforms, the government is implementing the following interventions to enhance the business environment, improve efficiency in public service delivery, and bolster accountability and transparency in the management of public finances. Number 1, public procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, to streamline public procurement, we developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill of 2024, which is currently in Parliament for enactment. The bill seeks to enhance transparency and accountability, strengthen the role of the regulator to enforce standards, compliance, and sanctions for non-compliant procuring entities, promote the use of local content, and align with international best practices. I urge the honorable members to fast-track this enactment. Its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully automate public procurement and asset disposal processes, I launched the end-to-end e-government procurement system in April 2025. The e-government procurement system is a departure, a complete departure from the manual processes, and will lead to increased bidder participation, enhanced efficiency in processing of procurement requests, and increased authenticity of procurement documents through integration with various government systems. Mr. Speaker, the rollout of the e-procurement system is scheduled for July 2025. In order to ensure effective use of this system, the National Treasury rolled out the training of end users from procuring entities in both the national and county governments on the e-government procurement system phase 1 modules that cover procurement planning to contract management. We have since trained suppliers, and to date, 400 e-government procurement system end users comprising public finance management staff and suppliers from both the national and county governments have been trained in readiness for full rollout in July 2025. Next, I want to speak to restraining growth of public sector wage bill, which has been of serious concern. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to implement measures aimed at reducing the ratio of the government wage bill as a share of tax revenue, with a view to free much-needed resources for priority social and development spending. The government will implement the following initiatives to control the wage bill. First, the government will fully implement the unified human resource management system across all public sector entities by July 2025. This initiative is part of broader efforts to enhance public sector efficiency, improve management of wage bill, and ensure the effective utilization of public funds. Second, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission continues to sustainably reduce the number of allowances in public service through a phased approach aimed at streamlining allowances to improve transparency, accountability, equity, and fairness, thereby ensuring total public compensation bill is affordable and fiscally sustainable. To this end, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will progressively review allowances and benefits in the future collective bargaining agreements, aligning them to the allowances policy guidelines for the public service. Allow me now to turn to state corporations reforms. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, state corporations are a major source of fiscal risks to public finances due to management and operational inefficiencies. An assessment conducted by the National Treasury to determine viability of state corporations identified critical gaps and vulnerabilities. Mr. Speaker, to address the vulnerabilities, the Cabinet in January 2025 approved reforms to streamline state corporations and enhance governance and accountability of the corporations. The reforms target to address operational and financial inefficiencies, enhance service delivery, and reduce over-reliance on exchequer support by state corporations. The approved reforms include the following. First, merger of 42 state corporations into 20 entities to improve operational efficiency and eliminate redundancy, as some have duplicating and or overlapping mandates. Second, dissolution of 25 state corporations and their functions transferred back to their parent ministries or other state corporations. Third, restructuring 6 state corporations to align their mandates for improved performances. Fourth, declassification of 4 public funds currently categorized as state corporations and transferring their functions back to the relevant ministries. And fifth, declassification of 13 professional bodies currently categorized as state corporations to private entities with no exchequer budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance operational efficiency, improve governance and ownership of state corporations, the government developed the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2024. The bill is part of broader efforts by the government to streamline public enterprises, reduce fiscal risks, and enhance service delivery to citizens. The bill is currently before this August House for consideration. Thank you. I urge honorable members to favorably consider the bill to enable its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to secure the uptake of cotton production, while also providing alternative linked supplies for local apparel manufacturers, the Cabinet approved the revival and commercialization of Rivertex East Africa Limited by onboarding non-equity strategic partners. Mr. Speaker, on sugar sector reforms, His Excellency the President reaffirmed his commitment during this year's Madaraka Day celebrations to ensure the prompt payment of sugarcane farmers. The government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. Currently, 4 state-owned sugar factories, Chemelil's Sugar Company, Muhoroni's Sugar Company, Nzoia Sugar Company, and South Nyanza Sugar Company, which is also known as Sony, have been placed under competitive leasing arrangements. This initiative is expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Let me now turn to pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to resolving the long-standing issues of pending bills dating back to 2005 as part of broader efforts to strengthen public financial management and restore confidence in government processes. In this respect, the Pending Bills Verification Committee that was appointed in September 2023 is currently finalizing its report for submission by end of this month. Since its inauguration, the committee received a total of 65,625 pending bills claims valued at over 571.6 billion. The committee has analyzed 57% of the bills received valued at 522 billion. The 57% is in terms of numbers. Out of this, a total of 229 billion has been recommended for settlement. Once the committee submits its report, we shall submit the recommendations to Cabinet for approval to settle the pending bills. Let me now speak to national assets and inventory management reforms. Mr. Speaker, in order to promote prudent management of public assets and liabilities, the National Treasury digitized assets in the assets and inventory management modules in the IFMIS for use by both national government and county governments. Already, 52 state departments have gone live on the IFMIS asset module and are at various stages of uploading their registers for 6 asset categories, namely land, building, motor vehicles, ICT equipment, office equipment, and furniture and fittings. In addition, a roadmap is in place to roll out the module to the county government, and this reform will enable accounting officers have visibility of all assets and inventory under their control and facilitate optimal assets utilization. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, to enhance the management and utilization of public assets, the government is developing a policy on public sector asset valuation. The policy will support accurate financial reporting, strengthen fiscal discipline, and inform evidence-based public investment decisions. In addition, the government will develop framework to facilitate identification of public sector assets, and this will ensure accuracy and completeness of assets register, which are critical for transition to accrual basis of accounting. On financial sector reforms, Mr. Speaker, the banking sector has remained stable and resilient with a strong asset base, which grew by 1.5% from 7.6 trillion in April 2024 to 7.7 trillion in April 2025. To anchor the banking sector to continue playing its role in Kenya's socio-economic transformation, various reforms have been implemented, which include, first, the Central Bank of Kenya lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks in Kenya in April 2025. This is expected to attract foreign direct investment in the sector, resulting in competition and consequently reduced lending rates. Second, to promote the greening of banking sector, Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued the Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy and the Climate Risk Disclosure Framework for implementation by the sector. The Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy is a tool to classify whether particular economic activities are green or environmentally sustainable and promote the transition to a low carbon economy. The climate risk disclosure framework is aimed at enabling banks to integrate climate-related risks into their governance, strategy, risk management, and disclosure frameworks. It is also intended to enable banks to leverage on business opportunities from efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And third, issuance of guidelines on global liquidity standards and leverage ratios. The Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued guidelines on liquidity coverage ratio, net stable funding ratio, and leverage ratio for the banking sector. These guidelines will enhance the banking sector's liquidity and capital frameworks to promote greater financial stability and resilience, thereby ensuring that banks have the ability to withstand unexpected shocks, maintain stable funding, and manage their risk profiles effectively. Mr. Speaker, the Central Bank of Kenya, in collaboration with the National Treasury and other stakeholders, are developing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy for the period covering 2025 to 2028. The strategy provides a consolidated framework for advancing financial inclusion agenda to meet the needs of all Kenyans through deepening access and usage of financial services, enhancing quality of affordable financial products that meet consumer demands. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital finance in Kenya, the government will continue to implement the National Payment Strategy for the period 2022 to 2025 and fast-track finalization of a national policy on digital finance. In order to reform and modernize the national payment system, Central Bank of Kenya is doing the following. 1, undertaking a comprehensive review of the national payment system legal and regulatory framework. 2, implementing a fast payment system that seeks to address persistent challenges in interoperability, affordability, and the high cost of digital transaction. And third, effective 1st July 2025, the Kenya Electronic Payment and Settlement System will transition to a 24/7 settlement capability. This will support round-the-clock trade, enable faster clearing of government payments, facilitate real-time business-to-business transactions, and provide greater flexibility for consumers and financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, following the grey listing of the Republic of Kenya by the Financial Action Task Force in February 2024, the government has continuously addressed the technical deficiencies identified in Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report, which was published by Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group in September 2024. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, one of the technical deficiencies identified in the Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report was lack of a policy and regulatory framework to the virtual assets and virtual assets service providers. In order to regulate this sector, the government has developed the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025, which is currently before Parliament. Again, I urge honorable members to fast-track its enactment. On capital markets development, to further deepen the capital markets, the government continues to review the legal and regulatory framework to address emerging issues in the sector. In particular, the government overhauled the public officer regulations and collective investment schemes regulations to spur uptake of products while ensuring that investors are protected. The government has also approved new regulatory frameworks to support credit ratings and alternative investment funds, which have attracted a lot of interest from investors. Further, the government is in the process of reviewing the regulatory frameworks for licensing, margin trading, conduct of business for market intermediaries, and mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers. Once in place, these regulations will reinvigorate capital markets activity and make our capital markets more facilitative and efficient. Mr. Speaker, to diversify the government sources of financing, a Sukuk bond has been issued while other Sharia-compliant products are in the pipeline. The first Sukuk bond raised 3.2 billion, which has been effectively deployed in the affordable housing program and pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Act, Mr. Speaker, now I turn to the pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2024, we introduced a number of incentives aimed at increasing disposable income to our senior citizens once they retire. And I thank this Honorable House for passing this tax laws amendment bill in December. We, among others, increased tax deductible amount, removed tax on all retirement benefits, and introduced tax exemption on pension savings towards post-retirement medical schemes. Mr. Speaker, despite the reforms introduced in this sector, benefit adequacy remains a persistent challenge. Many retirees still find their pensions insufficient to meet their basic needs. And Mr. Speaker, the retirement benefits system predominantly covers the working population in the public and private sector to the exclusion of the unemployed population, who are majority in the informal sector. To address this, the National Treasury, in collaboration with key stakeholders, is implementing the National Retirement Benefits Policy. This policy outlines a clear, forward-looking strategy to address long-standing structural challenges, such as fragmented legal frameworks, exclusion of informal sector workers, limited medical cover for the elderly, weak portability mechanisms, and inadequate dispute resolution structures. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to fulfilling its obligations to retired public servants while ensuring that our pension system is modern, inclusive, efficient, and sustainable. In this respect, the government is undertaking reforms aimed at delivering faster, more transparent, and citizen-friendly pension services. Key among these reforms is the re-engineering of the pension management information system, which, together with the launch of a pension self-registration platform, will significantly improve data accuracy, enhance biometric verification, and reduce pension processing time from several months to less than 30 days. These reforms will also ensure real-time claims tracking and integration with the national identification and payroll system, reducing errors and potential leakages. The re-engineered pension management system is planned for rollout on 1st of July 2025 and will transform pension administration by 1. Enabling ministries, departments, and agencies to submit pension claims online at source through integration with government human resource systems. 2. Allowing pensioners and beneficiaries to access services remotely and track the status of their claims in real time. And 3. Providing automated updates to clients on the progress of their claims through system-generated notifications. On insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the growth of the insurance industry in Kenya, the government will speed up the approval of the National Insurance Policy and its implementation. The policy will guide the review of the Insurance Act, which has served its purpose, albeit with progressive amendments for the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Regulatory Authority is undertaking focused training on livestock and crop insurance, targeting farmers and pastoralist communities. These efforts are aimed at improving understanding and access to agricultural insurance as a tool for mitigating climate-related risks and protecting livelihoods of farmers and pastoralist communities. The authority is also conducting a comprehensive money laundering and terrorist financing risk assessment on the vulnerability of the insurance industry. This will aid in the identification of areas of improvement so as to strengthen the supervisory framework. On reforms under the education sector, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is committed to upholding the right to education, including free and compulsory basic education as guaranteed under Article 53B of the Constitution of Kenya. While we are cognizant that examinations must be conducted as scheduled later this year, there is need to undertake a critical evaluation of the costing of examination, assess the sustainability of the program in view of the prevailing fiscal constraints, and explore optimal options for delivering national examinations in order to ensure economy and value for money in public spending. Mr. Speaker, a key consideration is the merits of public funding of examination fees for all primary and secondary school candidates, including those from well-off households, as opposed to targeting the vulnerable students in our schools. We should also explore options of making the exercise of delivering national examinations simple and affordable without compromising the credibility of the exercise. To this end, the National Treasury is in consultations with the Ministry of Education on how best to achieve this at a minimal cost possible, including evaluating possible cost-sharing mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to ensuring access to quality education for all children. In this regard, I assure the public and the 2025 examination candidate of our commitment to provide adequate funding for 2025 national examinations. On the fiscal policy framework, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of 2024-2025 budget has faced notable challenges, primarily following the withdrawal of the Finance Bill of 2024. Its withdrawal, alongside the associated public demonstrations, adversely affected economic activity and disrupted business operations across the country, compounding the fiscal pressures facing the government already. In response, the government undertook a revision of the fiscal framework through Supplementary Estimate Number 1 in August 2024. This revision reflected a lower revenue base following the preliminary outcomes of financial year 2023-24, while also addressing immediate cash flow constraints. These adjustments were critical to ensuring the continuity of public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the mid-year economic disruptions, the budget execution has been further constrained by shortfalls in revenue and emerging expenditure pressures. Notably, the implementation of the collective bargaining agreements and funding requirements under the new university education financing model have placed significant demands on the available fiscal space. These challenges have led to cash flow pressures and a buildup of pending obligations, necessitating careful fiscal management and reprioritization. To address these evolving dynamics, the government prepared supplementary budget estimates to accommodate revenue shortfalls experienced during the current fiscal year and accommodated expenditure pressures. On domestic revenue mobilization, Mr. Speaker, in order to support our economic agenda and sustain key government programs, the government continues to implement a balanced mix of tax policy and administrative measures aimed at significantly boosting revenue collection. As part of the process, the government is focused on broadening the tax base while reducing the burden of compliance. In this regard, we have prioritized sectors such as the digital economy, agribusiness, and small and medium enterprises in tax, education, and outreach programs. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority continues to embrace modern technology to streamline tax processes, facilitate trade, and enhance voluntary compliance. A key milestone in this journey is the launch of Gava Connect, an open application programming interface platform that enables Kenyan developers to build homegrown solutions for efficient access to tax services. This program enhances service delivery, improves transparency, and strengthens our ability to detect tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority has also introduced several digital tools to simplify compliance and boost operational efficiency. One is what we call auto-populated VAT returns for seamless, accurate tax filing. Two, simplified pay returns, accessible via mobile, web, and application program interface. Three, electronic rental income tax system that has enabled transparent rental income declarations. And four, forecourt electronic tax invoice management system integration in the petroleum sector, connecting fuel dispensers to point-of-sale terminal. This enables real-time transmission of sales data to electronic tax invoice management system, simplifying compliance and ensuring greater transparency in fuel transactions. Mr. Speaker, these solutions are more than just tech updates. They are the drivers of economic empowerment and accountability. Indeed, by simplifying tax procedures, developing user-friendly digital platforms, and providing on-the-ground support, Kenya Revenue Authority is nurturing a fair and inclusive tax culture, one that enables businesses to thrive while meeting their obligations. Mr. Speaker, building on the progress made, our focus in the financial year 2025-26 and over the medium term will be to strengthen domestic resource mobilization through the following key initiatives. First, continue with the implementation of the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy to provide a consistent and predictable framework for tax administration and policy formulation. Second, continue with the automation of tax administration processes to improve the overall efficiency of the tax system. And third, enhancing non-tax revenue collection by enabling ministries, departments, and agencies to generate income through the services they provide to the public. Mr. Speaker, as part of our broader fiscal reform agenda, the government is undertaking targeted tax administrative reforms aimed at strengthening our revenue base and promoting inclusive economic growth. These reforms will focus on three key objectives. First, reducing tax expenditures. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditures stood at 3.38% of GDP in 2023. To unlock additional revenue for national government, we must reduce that tax expenditure. Second, expanding the tax base and enhancing compliance, in line with the goals set out in the medium-term revenue strategy. And third, streamlining the tax structure to encourage domestic production, attract investment, and stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to improving efficiency of public expenditure. Here, Mr. Speaker, in our continued effort to ensure prudent fiscal management, the government will sustain and deepen measures aimed at strengthening expenditure control and enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. To this end, the government will implement a series of targeted actions, which include: 1, utilization of the launched end-to-end procurement system to maximize value for money, enhance efficiency and transparency in public procurement processes. 2, rolling out of a human resource management system across all national government ministries and departments, as well as county governments, to support better management of the public wage bill. 3, scaling up the use of the public-private partnerships framework for commercially viable projects to attract private sector participation in public service delivery, what we call PPP. 4, improving the public service pension administration through rolling out the pension management information system. And 5, fast-tracking governance reforms in state corporations to strengthen accountability, efficiency, and financial sustainability. I want to now turn to revenue projections. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, based on the outlined policy measures and structural reforms, total revenue collections, including appropriation in aid, for the financial year 2025-26, budget is projected to be at 3,321.8 billion, equivalent to 17.2% of GDP. Of this amount, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2,754.7 billion, which is equivalent to 14.3% of GDP. And ministerial appropriation in aid, or if you like, non-tax revenue, is projected at 567 billion shillings. Grants are projected at 46.9 billion, or 0.2% of the GDP. Having talked about revenue projections, let me now turn to expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2025-2026 budget is projected at 4,291.9 billion, equivalent to 22.3% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditures will amount to 3,134.4 billion, equivalent to 16.3% of GDP. And development expenditures, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 693.2 billion, equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 474.9 billion, of which equitable share is 405.1 billion. Fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 923.2 billion, which is equivalent to 4.8% of GDP, down from the estimated 997.5 billion or 5.7% of GDP in financial year 2024-25. The fiscal deficit for the financial year 25-26 budget will be financed by net external borrowing of 287.7 billion, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 635.5 billion, which is equivalent to 3.3% of GDP. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's public debt is projected to remain with these sustainable levels over the medium term. In present value terms, the debt to GDP is projected to progressively decline from 63% in 2024 towards the debt anchor of 55% or minus 5% of GDP plus or minus 5% of GDP for 2028. To support the projected decline in debt levels, the National Treasury will continue implementing various reforms as guided by the medium-term debt management strategy, including liability management operations, continue pursuing use of concessional loans from multilateral, bilateral, and limited commercial sources such as international bond issuances. Additionally, reforms targeted to support domestic market development will eventually reduce the cost of public debt while sustaining fiscal consolidation efforts to ensure debt remains within sustainable levels. Further, the government will explore emerging funding instruments such as debt swaps, diaspora bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and environmental, social, and governance debt instruments to fund budget deficit and manage public debt. This strategic approach will not only diversify our financing options, but also strengthen international partnerships and promote sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government is keen on sustaining transparency and improving efficiency on public debt service. To this end, the National Treasury is in the process of integrating the Commonwealth Meridian Debt Management System with the Integrated Financial Management Information System, IFMIS, and the core banking systems of Central Bank of Kenya. On public-private partnerships framework, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the role of public-private partnerships in financing our development agenda. Currently, there are 32 PPP projects at various stages which are targeted to mobilize 70 billion shillings in the financial year 2025-2026 through private investments in priority sectors, including energy, water, housing, health, and transport. So, Mr. Speaker, to enhance transparency and accountability at all stages of project life cycle while implementing PPP, I recently issued a circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. This measure is part of our broader effort to strengthen the integrity of the PPP program and to ensure that private sector participation in public projects fosters public trust. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury in May 2025 received the final report of the Committee of Experts on leveraging local financial markets for investment into public-private partnerships and implementation. The committee recommended the establishment and operationalization of PPP Implementation Trust Fund as the central mechanism for enhancing private sector participation in PPPs, particularly through institutional and retail entities. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the PPP regulations under consideration by Parliament will enhance clarity around PPP processes, thereby enhancing efficiency and project delivery. This will also unlock a pipeline of county-level specific PPP projects in partnership with development partners. In strengthening public finance management reforms, number one is migration to accrual accounting. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen management of public resources, all government ministries, departments, and agencies adopted accrual accounting as of 1st July 2024. The first accrual-based financial statements are expected for the financial year ending 30th June 2025, which is a few days away. The accrual accounting will enable the government to account for all assets and liabilities, including all government assets. Second, Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, to enhance cash management, the migration of ministries, departments, and agencies to the Treasury single account is progressing well. The Central Bank of Kenya is scheduled to go live with its T24 system upgrade in July 2025. This upgraded platform will support the implementation of Treasury single account, core functionalities, and facilitate the National Treasury to roll out the key elements of the Treasury single account system. Concurrently, the National Treasury is on track to onboard county governments in 2026. The final phase will involve integrating all remaining national government entities into the Treasury single account by financial year 26-27. Third, zero-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, to reorient the budgeting and expenditure framework, the government adopted the zero-based budgeting approach while finalizing the financial year 25-26 budget. To implement this approach, the National Treasury developed a budget costing tool that was integrated into the IFMIS budget module for the national government. The zero-based budgeting approach compels all ministries, departments, and agencies to justify expenditures from scratch, thus ensuring resources are allocated to high-impact activities. It promotes transparency, efficiency, by requiring clear justification and critical assessment of spending. Mr. Speaker, I know this statement is long. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, you know Kenya is not a small economy. We are number 6 in Africa. And we have jumped over Ethiopia. So you can't have a 3-pager statement for an economy as big as Kenya.
Gone without apology. Gone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So far, so good.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm now turning to resource allocation so that honorable members can appreciate, and the Kenyan people, where we have allocated the limited resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, now let me highlight the government spending priorities for financial year 25-26. Expenditures for the financial year 25-26 will consolidate the gains realized under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, with special focus placed on promoting investment in core pillars and their enablers through a value chain approach. Number 1, under agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, which is the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to transform the agriculture sector by increasing productivity in key value chains such as fisheries and aquaculture, horticulture, food crops, livestock, and rangeland development. The government will scale up support to farmers through input financing, subsidies, and extension services. This will move the country from food deficit to food surplus, reduce reliance on food imports, and revamp export crops. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I have proposed an allocation of 47.6 billion for various programs under this sector, despite the fact that agriculture is largely devolved. This includes 8 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, 10.2 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 800 million for small-scale irrigation and value addition project, 1.2 billion for food security and crop diversification project, and 5.8 billion for the food systems resilience project. Mr. Speaker, to promote livestock production, I have proposed Kenya shillings 2.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies programs. 1.6 million Kenya shillings for Kenya livestock commercialization program, and 280 million for the livestock value chain support project. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 340 million for the development leather industrial park at Kenani. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of blue economy, I have proposed a total of 8.2 billion to the blue economy and fisheries subsector. This includes 2.3 billion for aquaculture business development project, 2.4 billion to the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 500 million for the Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. Mr. Speaker, to raise agricultural productivity and enhance resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 318 million towards an ending drought emergencies project and 1.3 billion to resilience for food and the nutrition security program in Horn of Africa project. Mr. Speaker, the government is also committed to land reforms to address historical inequalities, promote equitable access, and ensure sustainability sustainable land management. To this end, I have proposed a sum of 3.8 billion for settlement of the landless. I have also proposed 1.1 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, another 712 million for digitization of land registries, another 200 million for georeferencing of land parcels, and 220 million for construction of land registries to safeguard legitimacy of land ownership. The next pillar is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the challenge of accessing affordable credit by most micro, small, and medium enterprises, and Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this challenge, I have proposed an additional allocation of 300 million to the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, to scale up access to credit for households and MSMEs. I have also proposed an additional 308 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project, and 1.3 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. Under housing and settlement, which is the other pillar. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to facilitating the construction of decent, safe, and affordable houses for Kenyans. Through the affordable housing program, the government is creating jobs for the youth, directly in the construction sector and indirectly through the production and supply of building products. To continue supporting this initiative, I have proposed an allocation of 128.3 billion for the housing, urban development, and public works subsector. This includes 13.4 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 64.5 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 10.5 billion for construction of social housing units, and 16.5 billion for social and fiscal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the housing, urban development, and public works interventions include 7.2 billion shillings for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, 3.5 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and the Kenya Prison, 500 million for building climate resilience of the Urban Poor Program, 184 million for construction of footbridges, and 454 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety of Kenyans through compliance with building codes and standards, as well as other industry regulations, I have proposed an allocation of 2.6 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry. I am aware members are aware, I know members are aware of the challenges we have had where collapsed buildings kill many, many Kenyans as a result of carelessness of various developers. Let me turn to universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, access to quality and affordable health care through the universal health coverage program is central to this government. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 138.1 billion, up from 123 billion in the current year's budget, to the health sector to support various activities and programs. This includes 6.2 billion for universal health coverage, coordination, and management, 13.1 billion for primary health care, and that is up from 7.1 billion in the current year, and 430 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and enhance vaccines and immunization program in the country, I have proposed 17.3 billion for the Global Fund and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization programs, respectively. Mr. Speaker, to enhance early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment of chronic and critical illnesses among Kenyans, I have proposed an allocation of 8 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic, and Critical Illnesses Fund to be managed by SHA, and this has moved from 5 billion shillings in the current budget. 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, 100 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital, and 100 million for expansion of comprehensive cancer treatment at Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Mr. Speaker, to improve health service delivery, I have also proposed a sum of 42.4 billion for our referral hospitals, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital in Othaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, and Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Other locations include Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital, Burns and Pediatrics Center. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed 5.2 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency to recapitalize it, 2.7 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 500 million for procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 300 million for procurement of equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Further, to strengthen the capacity of medical personnel, I have also proposed an allocation of 4.3 billion for medical interns, 3.2 billion for community health promoters, 303 million for training of health personnel, and 8.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Centers, KMTCs. On digital superhighway and creative economy, which is the other pillar of the better principle, the government continues to invest in digital superhighway to improve ICT infrastructure and expand internet access nationwide. The creative industry is a significant source of employment, particularly for the youth, and has the potential to address high unemployment rates through promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashion and craft, among others. Mr. Speaker, to support growth in the digital superhighway, I have proposed an allocation of 12.7 billion to fund initiatives in the information, communication technology sector. Specifically, this proposed allocation includes 2.3 billion shillings for the construction of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konza Technopolis, 3.7 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, and 333.2 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway, 689 million for the establishment of digital hubs, and 750 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure. In order to fast-track the development of the Konza Technopolis city, I have proposed an allocation of 3.1 billion for Konza data center and smart city facilities. The government is also committed to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in public procurement. I have, in this regard, proposed an allocation of 700 million for rolling out the implementation of the electronic government procurement system, what we call EGP, or EGP, EG procurement. Other key allocations to critical sectors supporting better include the following: investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to invest in transportation networks, including roads, railways, and air travel, to reduce travel time and logistic costs, making markets more accessible and facilitating the movement of goods and people. Towards this end, I have proposed an allocation of 217.3 billion for development of roads across the country. This includes 30 billion to support construction of new roads and bridges, 70.8 billion for rehabilitation of roads, because we have so many long, the length of roads is so long that we have to maintain them and rehabilitate. And 115.6 billion for road maintenance. Actually, this 115 billion is more than the 85 million that we have in the current budget by 30 billion for maintenance of our roads. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport and its infrastructure, I have proposed an allocation of 38 billion shillings. I have also proposed an allocation of 450 million for the Kenya ferry ramp in Mombasa, 331 million for Nairobi bus rapid transport project, and 298.7 million for promotion of e-mobility projects. To facilitate movement of goods and people in our inland waters, I have also proposed an additional 110.4 million for acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, to To scale up production of reliable and affordable energy, I have also proposed an allocation of 62.8 billion to cater for key energy interventions. This includes 31.6 billion for the national grid system, 16.3 billion for rural electrification, 11.6 billion for development of geothermal energy, 2.1 billion for alternative energy technologies, and 743 million for development of nuclear energy. Let me now talk about improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the education sector plays a vital role in economic development by enhancing human capital, driving innovation, and improving productivity. To this end, the government continues to invest in education to raise learning outcomes and ensure equal opportunities for all. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed a total allocation of 702.7 billion to the education sector, which is almost 28% of our entire budget. This will include an allocation of 387.2 billion to the Teacher Service Commission. The allocation for TSC will include 7.2 billion for recruitment of intern teachers and 980 for capacity building of teachers on competence-based education curriculum. Further, I have proposed an allocation of 7 billion for free primary education, 28.9 billion for junior secondary school capitation, and 51.9 billion for free day secondary education. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 5.9 billion for administering the national examinations, 3 billion for the school feeding program, and 7.2 billion for the recruitment of intern teachers. I think that one I'd already mentioned, that's a repeat, and 4 billion for the technical, vocational, educational training and entrepreneurship project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance infrastructure development and provide a safe learning environment in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of 1.7 billion for primary and secondary schools infrastructure, and 1.4 billion for construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. In addition, I have proposed 13.3 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, and 2.3 billion for the Kenya Secondary School Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the education sector include 993 million for research, science, technology, and innovation, 41.5 billion to the Higher Education Loans Board for provision of loans to university and TVET students, and this has increased from 35 billion to 41.5 billion for health. Another 16.9 billion for scholarship for university students, and 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students. In supporting manufacturing for job creation, Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I have proposed an allocation of 18 billion under various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of this, 4.5 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks in various counties. 2.8 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery, what we call SAFER project. 602 million for a development of Athi River Textile Hub. 705 million for establishment of flagship export processing zones hubs. 504 million for development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha. And 798 million for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, in order to revitalize and maximize the benefits from our cash crops, I have proposed 2 billion for coffee cherry revolving fund and another 2 billion for coffee debt waivers. This is up from the 3 billion that was allocated to this subsector in the last financial year's budget. Another 1.5 billion for sugar sector reforms, and 120 million for modernization and revitalization of cotton ginneries, and 245 million for horticultural produce compliance enhancement project. Mr. Speaker, to support local production and processing of edible oils, I have proposed an allocation of 300 million for the National Edible Oil Crops Promotion Project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance milk processing, I have proposed an allocation of 400 million for excess milk mop-up and 150 million for modernization of milk processing factories in Runyenjes and Narok. Mr. Speaker, to equip our youth with essential training and internship opportunities in trade and industry, I have proposed an allocation of 330 million for the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project. Another 500 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and 109 million for constituency industrial development centers. Now let me speak to improving security. Mr. Speaker, a stable and secure environment fosters investment, trade, and overall economic growth. In this regard, I have proposed an allocation of 202.3 billion for defense, another 125.7 billion for the National Police Service, and 51.4 billion for the National Intelligence Service, another 32.5 billion for internal security and national administration, and 38.1 billion for prison services. I have also proposed an additional allocation of 10 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles and 3.6 billion for police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, to combat crime and enhance administration of justice, I have proposed 1.2 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. Now, let me turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social protection services are crucial for building more equitable and resilient societies by reducing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability, as well as promoting economic growth and social cohesion. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 41.4 billion in this budget to protect the vulnerable members of our society and promote affirmative action. This is increasing from 33 billion in the current financial year's budget. Out of this allocation, 25.1 billion will cater for cash transfers to the elderly persons. And again, this has moved from 18 billion, so it has increased by 7 billion. 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children. Again, that's a jump of 1 billion more. And 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with disability. Again, this has been increased from 1.19 billion. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocations also includes 3.9 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, 450 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya. In addition, there is 600 million which will go to the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 100 million for the Presidential Bursary for Orphans, 180 million for the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund, and 90 million for the National Albinism Support Program, and finally, 90 million for the National Autism Support Program. On equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, unemployment remains one of the most persistent and challenging issues facing the country today. The challenge is not only about job creation, but also bringing the critical gap between education and employment and developing relevant skills for the modern economy. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women and to promote development in the constituencies, I have proposed 105.6 billion for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion, I have proposed 105.6 billion, not million, for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion for the National Youth Service, NYS, 3.6 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, what is famously known as NYOTA, and Kenya shillings 318 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. In addition, I have proposed 990 million for film development services. Mr. Speaker, to further empower our women and girls, I have proposed 353 million for the Women Enterprise Fund, 940 million for provision of sanitary towels to school-going girls, 254 million for strengthening prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, 110 million for eradication of female genital mutilation, and 4 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, otherwise known as NGAF. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity, reduce poverty, and enhance social development across the country, I have proposed 58.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, 9.6 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in identified marginal areas or marginalized areas, and another 15.9 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. To stimulate tourism growth, sports, culture, recreational and arts. Mr. Speaker, in order to harness national pride, empower our youth and position Kenya as a regional beacon of talent and heritage, I have proposed an allocation of 29.7 billion to support sports, culture, and recreation as well as tourism. This proposed allocation includes 13.5 billion for the Sports, Arts, and Social Development Fund, 2.3 billion to establish an automation and digitization system for the sports registrar, 241 million for the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya to make Kenya remain competitive in the athletics and other sports, 402 million for Sports Kenya, 245 million for the Kenya Academy of Sports, 8.2 billion for the Tourism Fund, and 4.8 billion for Tourism Promotion Fund. On environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard natural ecosystems, ensure sustainable water use, and tackle the impact of climate change, I have proposed an allocation of 10.7 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.6 billion for forest research and development, 3.7 billion for environment management and protection, 11.5 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, which is known as FLOCA, 1.6 billion for meteorological service, and 13.2 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management. Another 953 million for wildlife research and development. In addition, I have also proposed 1.1 billion for human wildlife conflict compensation and 950 million for wildlife insurance. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 26.8 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development. Out of this, 16.5 billion for water resources management and 1.9 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I have also proposed 15 billion for irrigation and land reclamation and 266 million for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. In order to improve governance and sustaining the fight against corruption, Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance, intensify the fight against corruption, and entrench integrity and accountability in public service delivery, I have proposed Kenya shillings 4.5 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 4.5 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 5.3 billion to the State Law Office, and 8.7 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the oversight and legislative role of Parliament, I propose an allocation of 48 billion for Parliament. To enable administration of justice, I also propose an allocation of 27.8 billion for the judiciary. Now let me turn to allocation to county governments. Mr. Speaker, to support devolution, county governments will receive 405.1 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 as an equitable share of revenue raised nationally, an increase of 17.6 billion from Kenya shillings 387.4 billion in financial year 24-25. The 405.1 billion represents 25.8% of the most recently audited revenues for financial year 2020-2021, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203(2) of the Constitution. In order to ensure food and nutrition security, infrastructure development, improved water and sanitation systems, among others, county governments will receive an additional 69.8 billion as additional allocations. Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 7.85 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2025-2026, and an additional 2.74 billion to settle outstanding arrears owed to the fund. Mr. Speaker, now allow me to speak to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the own source revenue policy recommended the development of a national framework legislation to regulate the introduction of taxes, fees, and charges by county governments. Consequently, the National Treasury and other stakeholders developed the County Government Revenue Raising Process Bill, which is currently before Parliament for consideration. Again, I urge the Honourable House to consider the bill and prioritize its enactment. Mr. Speaker, now let me turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to tax policy measures supporting the financial year 2025-2026. These measures include proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2025, as well as the customs duty measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers for Finance during the East African Community pre-budget meeting held in May this year, which I personally attended. These measures are set to take effect from 1st July 2025. Mr. Speaker, the freedoms we enjoy in this country have not come easy. In the last couple of years, Kenyans have spoken clearly and loudly on the desired direction in development of policy and governance of taxation. In 2023, the minority side in Parliament, supported by the efforts of the then ODM chairman, protested against the Finance Act of 2023. Last year, Mr. Speaker, some provisions in the Finance Bill 2024 triggered protests across the country. These actions in the 2 years regrettably resulted in the loss of lives and destruction of property and adversely impacted economic lives of many. In the remembrance of our fellow Kenyans who lost their most precious lives during these protests, allow me, Mr. Speaker, that we observe a minute of silence in their remembrance.
Will you be upstanding?
May their souls continue resting in eternal peace. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, no life should be lost and no property should be destroyed again. The message from Kenyans was clear. Since I took office at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, I assured Kenyans that we shall strive to reduce tax burden. In this respect, the Finance Bill of 2025 has neither proposed new taxes nor raised any tax rates. Instead, we have chosen to enhance tax revenue collection through administrative reforms by simplifying and streamlining tax laws to make them clearer and easier to implement, thereby by improving taxpayer compliance. The process also involves rationalization of tax expenditure to enhance equity and fairness. Mr. Speaker, the revenue foregone through tax incentives or tax expenditure has increased significantly, rising from Kenya shillings 393.1 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of GDP in 2022, to 510.6 billion, which is equivalent to 3.4% of GDP in 2023. To reverse this trend, the Finance Bill of 2025 proposes reforms to rationalize tax expenditures so as to promote equity, fairness, efficiency, and reduce distortions within the tax system. The proposed reforms are in line with the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy, which this Honorable House passed. So, Mr. Speaker, from the proposed reforms, we expect to raise Kenya shillings 30 billion more as additional revenue. Mr. Speaker, customs measures agreed upon by East African Community Ministers during the pre-budget meeting are intended to protect our industries and ensure they access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. The meeting allowed Kenya to import tea packaging materials at a lower duty rate of 10%. In addition, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission to import wheat at the rate of 10%. These measures will support our wheat and tea farmers. Mr. Speaker, I will begin with the customs measures and later provide highlights on the proposed amendments of tax laws in the Finance Bill of 2025. On customs measures. To meet the local demand of rice, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the East African Community Common External Tariff and import rice at the rate of 35% or USD 200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, instead of the common external tariff rate of 75% or USD 345 per metric ton. Mindful of wheat farmers in Kenya, East African community ministers agreed on duty remission of wheat at a rate of 10% instead of the common external tariff rate of 35%, provided the millers who intend to import wheat under the duty remission must first purchase locally produced wheat. Mr. Speaker, to promote local assembly of telecommunication equipment, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission on inputs for assembly of telecommunication devices, including mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce the production cost of animal feeds, Kenya requested for an extension to import inputs for production of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme, which was granted. We urge the producers of animal feeds to apply for the remission. Mr. Speaker, the leather sector is one of the priority value chains under BETA. To support local producers of leather and leather products, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the common external tariff rate and apply import duty rate of 35% on leather products. To promote tanneries to supply local manufacturers with high-quality leather, Kenya was allowed to import chemicals for leather processing under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, to support local assembly of transformers, which is critical to energy distribution, the East African Community Ministers approved Kenya's request for a tariff split on transformers to provide for a distinction between fully built and unassembled transformers. Currently, it is one line, tariff line, and it is very difficult for us to separate and incentivize either of them. So, Mr. Speaker, to support the local assemblers of cranes, Kenya was granted approval to import inputs for assembly of cranes duty-free under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, last year Kenya was granted a stay of application on the East African East African Community Common External Tariff to apply a higher duty rate ranging from 25 to 35% on certain types of paper used in manufacturing packaging materials. This action adversely affected exporters, particularly in tea sector. To address this, Kenya opted not to request for an extension of the stay of this common external tariff. And this decision will not affect local manufacturers of packaging materials as they will continue importing raw materials under duty remission. So, Mr. Speaker, now let me speak to the Finance Bill of 2025. Let me now highlight some of the proposals contained in the proposed Finance Bill 2025 under Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, to enable faster recovery of investment by businesses on loose items such as utensils, linen, and industrial tools, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to allow for a full cost deduction of these items in the first year of purchase, as opposed to the current 3 years. This will improve cash flows of the relevant businesses. Mr. Speaker, we have noted increased tax disputes arising from audits carried on cross-border transactions. These disputes could have been avoided if the multinational companies had advanced pricing agreements with the commissioner at KRA. To address this gap, the bill is proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to empower the commissioner to enter into advanced pricing agreements with multinational companies. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, introduced the minimum top-up tax in line with global best practices. But the Act inadvertently omitted the due date for payment of the tax, thus creating enforcement challenges. To address this, I have proposed an amendment to the Income Tax Act to clarify that the due date will be the end of the 4th month following the close of a company's accounting period. Mr. Speaker, Again, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, exempted gratuity payments from income tax, actually pension and gratuity. However, the provision is not clear whether all gratuity, including from private pension schemes, is exempted from tax. In this respect, the bill is proposing to amend the Income Tax Act to clarify that all gratuity payments, whether from public or private sources, are exempt from tax. Mr. Speaker, to encourage wider participation in virtual asset transactions, especially among the youth, the bill proposes to reduce the digital asset tax rate from 3% to 1.5%. And Mr. Speaker, to ensure consistency and effective administration of the law, the bill proposes to amend the third schedule to the Income Tax Act to clarify that fringe benefit tax is payable by the employer at the corporate tax rate, and that withholding tax on qualifying dividends and qualifying interest are final tax. That is not clear in the current arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages, and honorable members would be interested in listening to this. Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages for purchasing or improving residential houses can claim tax relief on interest payment on the mortgage. However, those who take up a mortgage to construct their own residential houses are excluded from this relief. That is the law as it is today. To ensure fairness, the bill proposes to extend this benefit to interest on mortgages taken for construction of residential houses. This will support home ownership and align with the better pillar on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, the current tax-free daily subsistence allowance of $2,000 for private sector employees on official duties outside their usual workplace is lower than that of the public sector employees. To enhance equity, the bill is proposing to increase the tax-free daily subsistence allowance for private sector employees from 2,000 to 10,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has an opportunity to strengthen its position as a regional financial hub. In this respect, the bill proposes amendment to the Income Tax Act to provide that companies certified by the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority, NIFCA, that invest new capital of at least $3 billion over a period of 3 years to pay a reduced corporate tax rate of 15% for the first 10 years and 20% for the subsequent 10 years. The companies qualifying for this will be required to employ Kenyans at senior management level. The startup companies that are certified by Nairobi International Financial Center Authority will enjoy a 15% tax rate for the first 3 years and 20% for the subsequent 4 years. And dividends earned by certified holding companies and regional headquarters will be exempted from tax provided that at least 250 million is reinvested annually in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that some employees seek refunds from KRA on reliefs of deductions that ought to have been deducted by their employers. To address this challenge, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to make it mandatory for employers to consider all eligible tax reliefs and deductions when computing employees' income tax. Presently, employers are not compelled to deduct these reliefs in computing pay as you earn. Value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, while a supplier is required to issue a tax invoice at the point of sale, there is currently no definition of tax invoice under the VAT Act. This creates ambiguity on what constitutes a tax invoice. To resolve this ambiguity, the bill is proposing to amend the VAT Act to define a tax invoice. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen tax administration and enhance compliance, the bill proposes to require the issuance of tax invoices for all suppliers, whether taxable or exempt. This amendment will support better record keeping by taxpayers and facilitate the pre-population of returns. Mr. Speaker, to support business operations, the bill proposes to shorten the period for claiming refunds on bad debts from 3 years to 2 years, and to allow taxpayers to either request for a refund or offset it against future VAT liabilities. Mr. Speaker, again, entities in special economic zones currently benefit from VAT exemptions and zero rating, but there is no provision to recover tax when these benefits are misused or abused. To safeguard revenue and promote accountability, the bill proposes to recover VAT where exempted or zero-rated goods or services are used for purposes other than those intended. Mr. Speaker, to prevent leakages or revenue leakages, strengthen tax administration, and promote equity across sectors, the bill proposes to move some zero-rated goods and services that are consumed locally to exempt status. Further, Mr. Speaker, some of the goods exempted from VAT have multiple uses, making it difficult to effectively monitor whether they are finally used for the intended purpose. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the VAT Act to remove such exemptions. Under excise duty, Mr. Speaker, to minimize tax disputes relating to classification of locally produced excisable goods, the bill proposes an amendment to the Excise Duty Act to clarify that the East African Community Common External Tariff and its classification rules shall apply to all excisable goods, both imported and locally manufactured. Mr. Speaker, to streamline the processing of application for license to manufacture excisable goods by the Commissioner, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to require the Commissioner to provide feedback on the application within 14 working days from the date of receipt of all valid documents. Mr. Speaker, the Excise Duty Act provides for taxation of alcoholic beverages based on pure alcoholic content, which increased cost for producers using spirits over 90% alcohol content as raw materials from 356 shillings to about 1,000 shillings per litre. Since undenatured extra-neutral alcohol is a key input in the manufacturing of spirituous beverages, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to provide an excise duty rate of 500 shillings per litre for undenatured extra-neutral alcohol above 90% strength supplied to licensed spirituous beverage manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to promote equity and fairness in taxation of accessible services offered through the internet or electronic network, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to bring non-resident persons without a physical presence in Kenya into the tax net when they supply accessible services through these mediums. Mr. Speaker, to avoid double taxation of fees charged by digital lenders, the bill proposes to amend the definition of digital lender under the Excise Duty Act to exclude entities licensed under the Banking Act, the Cooperative Societies Act, and the Microfinance Act. Honorable members, to enhance clarity and consistency in the administration of excise duty legislation, the bill is proposing to amend the Excise Duty Act to clarify that imported plastic products, including plates, self-adhesive plastics, and printed polymers, will be subjected to excise duty at 25% of the excise value, or 200 per kilogram, whichever is higher. Now let me speak to miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, the Export and Investment Promotion Levy on billets and wire rods, which are raw materials in manufacture of nails, fencing wires, gabions, bolts, and nuts, have raised production costs of these products. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to review the levy downwards. Mr. Speaker, to promote Nairobi as regional aircraft maintenance hub while managing tax expenditures, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to introduce import declaration fee and railway development levy on small aircrafts and helicopters, but retain the exemption on spare parts of all aircrafts. The Tax Procedures Act, 2015. No, this is the Act is 2015. Mr. Speaker, to enhance the Commissioner's ability to recover unpaid taxes from non-residents, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to include non-resident persons. Mr. Speaker, and this is controversial, To close a loophole that hinders enforcement of tax compliance and ensure timely revenue collection, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appeals tribunal or a court judgment on tax dispute is in favor of the commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. That is not the one that I thought I was going to read. The controversial one is yet to come. Mr. Speaker, to remove the financial and legal barriers that may hinder effective enforcement of recovery of unpaid taxes, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide that property transfers made by or to the commissioner in recovery of tax liabilities be exempted from stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, to promote transparency, uphold fair administrative action, and strengthen trust in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the commissioner to provide reasons when issuing amended tax assessments to a taxpayer, so that we avoid misuse of Kenya Revenue Authority for political reasons, where they just sit and tell you that 3 years ago you did not pay such and such, and yet you had already been cleared for tax purposes. Reasons must be provided. Mr. Speaker, to address taxpayers' concerns regarding penalties and interest arising from system-related delays or administrative errors beyond taxpayers' control, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow the Cabinet Secretary to grant waivers on penalties and interest arising from such circumstances upon recommendation by the Commissioner. Presently, if there is any error made by the Kenya Revenue Authority on your tax assessment, there is no law to reverse it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker and fellow Kenyans, we have experienced a wide range of challenges as a nation in the past 2 years. In navigating these trying times, we have demonstrated exceptional resilience and remained steadfast in our development and democratic journey. Kenyans have demonstrated commendable patience and resilience as the government continues to fulfill its commitments to improve livelihoods through the implementation of better. And under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we have made meaningful progress in advancing our development agenda, promoting inclusion, fostering national unity, and working together to build our nation and renew the spirit of patriotism. Mr. Speaker, the budget I have presented today has been thoughtfully prepared to navigate the delicate balance of competing interests while adhering to our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the policies and structural reforms I have outlined provide a solid foundation for sustaining our socio-economic transformation. These measures are designed to stimulate job creation, strengthen our economic recovery, and ease the cost of living. I therefore call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to support the implementation of the budget as we work together in pursuit of shared prosperity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the journey to a prosperous Kenya calls for leadership and collective commitment of all Kenyans. Last year, the Orange Democratic Movement joined hands with the United Democratic Alliance under Kenya Kwanza to form a broad-based government. This unity has brought renewed peace and stability to Kenya and fostered inclusive development beyond tribal lines. I wish Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish to acknowledge with gratitude the unwavering leadership and vision of His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto and His Excellency the Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. I also wish to recognize the invaluable efforts of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Accounting Officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments, and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of the financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Raila. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, and the entire Orange Democratic Movement fraternity for their invaluable mentorship as well as trusting me with party leadership positions in my political journey. But Mr. Speaker, I will not forget that I served the people of Suba South constituency as their elected representative for a period of 15 years and a further 2 years as nominated member of parliament before my appointment to the cabinet. I truly appreciate the people of Suba South constituency for the opportunity they gave me to serve them, and I will remain forever grateful. In addition, I served in the leadership of parliament as a minority leader, and equally, I appreciate the support accorded to me by this House and its leadership during my tenure. My sincere appreciation goes first to you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterparts in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including respective clerks, supporting the approval process of the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all the other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of Parliamentary Budget Office for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. Third, my colleagues at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, led by Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for Public Investments and Assets Management, for their commitment, dedication, and support in the preparation of this budget. Fourth, special appreciation goes to Mr. James Muhati, the former Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, for his unwavering commitment and invaluable support during the first half of the financial year. His dedication and strategic leadership greatly advanced the ministry's mandate and played a pivotal role in shaping key national economic planning initiatives. Fifth, my appreciation goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management and staff of both institutions, the financial sector regulators, and other MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. Sixth, my gratitude goes to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Seventh, I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. And eighth, I wish to appreciate the media and non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I forever remain indebted to my beloved wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children, who is here in the Speaker's gallery, and my children for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties at the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Their prayers and guidance gave me the zeal to proceed even during my lowest moments. I remain deeply grateful also to my siblings for raising me, paying my school fees, and supporting me throughout my journey. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that my late parents, Jadung Stanislaus Ngongo Moth and his babe, Slermina Yambo Ngongo, with my mother, are smiling down from above as they see their youngest son perform this great service for the great people of Kenya today. God is truly faithful. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions during the budget process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, You will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2025, together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Today, I further submit the following documents for this August House and request that you graciously receive them. 1, budget statement for the financial year 2025-26. 2, the 2025 budget policy statement. 3, estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 2025-2026. 4, financial statements for the financial year 2025-26. 5, medium-term debt management strategy 2025. 6, budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2025-26. And finally, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Minister. You may now take your seat. Thank you, CS, for just above 2 hours well spent in presenting your first budget highlights to this House. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and the revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2025-2026 and the medium term. I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Section 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary had already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2025-2026 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2025, which is under consideration by this House. Honorable members, it's my pleasure to invite all members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliamentary courtyard. Honorable members, the time now being 5:23 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 17th June 2025 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
That marks the climax of the budget highlights for the year 2025-2026 financial year, delivered by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Honorable John Badi, highlighting a number of issues and a number of sectors that the government is keen on. To just take you through some of the areas that the CS for the National Treasury has highlighted is the aspect of Kenya being told it works on an realistic budget, and the CS says for the first time the country will be moving forward with a zero budget, where before the budget was allocated to various state departments, we had various state agencies as well as ministries appearing before Parliament to justify why those items should be factored in the budget to align the aspect of the allocation of budget and to streamline the allocation of funds. There has been monies allocated to the universal health care coverage and the affordable housing. And in a nutshell, the CS for the National Treasury says the government is committed to delivering a stable interest rate country where the interest rates are not staggering over and above to improve the economies of the business sector. Among the issues that the CS has highlighted that are set to streamline the business industry is the streamlining of the public procurement reforms. And rolling out of these public procurement reforms is by ensuring that the e-procurement system is up and running by July of this year. The public sector wage bill is also set to be reduced, with the priority being on development. On the issue of pending bills, 229 billion shillings have been recommended for settlements. This is pending cabinet approval. So that is some of the issues highlighted in this coming year, financial year. And so kindly allow me to hand over back to the Broadcasting House for more analysis on these budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. On behalf of the team that made this broadcast possible, allow me to thank you for watching and continue following us courtesy of our live platforms.
A simple thumb trick discovered by NASA scientists could be the key to reversing memory decline. Here's how it works. You probably heard that as you age, your memory is bound to fade. Forgetting where you put your keys, struggling to recall names, and losing track of conversations, it's just something you have to accept, right? But what if I told you that's simply not true? What if I told you that a simple 10-second daily ritual could help sharpen your memory, restore crystal clear thinking, and protect your brain from decline without spending hours on brain games or taking expensive supplements? Sounds impossible, right? That's exactly what I thought too. Until I met my former professor. He was in his 80s, yet his mind was as sharp as ever. He could recall intricate details from decades ago, solve complex puzzles in seconds, and even remember every student's name. I had to know his secret. That's when he told me about a technique that activates a powerful memory protein in the brain, something Harvard and NASA scientists have been studying for years. He said this one tiny habit helped him think faster, recall details effortlessly, and stay mentally sharp even as he aged. At first I was skeptical, but I gave it a try, and within weeks, something incredible happened. My memory improved dramatically. No more forgetting where I parked, no more struggling to recall conversations, no more embarrassing moments of blanking out on names. It felt like my brain had been rewired, and I'm not the only one. Over 16,000 Americans are now using this 10-second technique to strengthen their memory and think sharper than ever before. Even my mom, who used to struggle with remembering what she just read, says she feels mentally awake again. And the best part? It's so simple. Anyone can do it. If you want to see exactly how this works, tap the Watch Now button below and watch the short video that explains everything. But don't wait. This video might not be available for long. The pharmaceutical industry doesn't want people knowing about this natural way to restore memory because it could cost them billions. So watch it now before it's taken down. Trust me, this was a game changer for me and my family, and it can be for you too. Tap the Watch Now button below and get ready to experience a sharper, stronger mind.
Senator Bone.
Mr. Speaker, my first one is to CS Murkomen. Mr. Speaker, patriots in this country fought against detention without trial, and CS Murkomen, I assure you, they are going to fight against extrajudicial killings, especially within police custody. The question is this, CS. The Deputy Inspector of Police, Mr. Eliud Lagat, went against the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, went against the provisions of the National Police Act, specifically Section 17, and in general, the Leadership and Integrity Act. You, as a member of the National Security Council, where you sit together with the IG, both of you are present here. Why have you found it difficult to advise the necessary authorities that Eliud Lagat be dismissed from service? My next question, Mr. Speaker, is to CS, not CS, to the IG Kanja. IG Kanja, Kenyans who know you, we have a lot of respect for you because you are the officer, unknown to some people, who defeated the terrorists at Dusit 2 Hotel. We know you as a serious police officer. We've been wondering why these killings under you, and now that Lagat is the person we have found to be who he is, we can now very well see who has been undermining you. I therefore want to appeal to you. Tell this country, a spokesman by the name of Mushiri Nyaga, the police spokesman, he misrepresented material facts. He attempted to conceal this killing. He went and interfered with the circumstances of the crime by stating that Omondi Ojwang hit his head on the wall. IG Kanja, why have you not arrested him? He has information which in his statement under arrest will help to point fingers at who gave him this deliberate statement so as to do what I have said above. Finally, Mr. Speaker, back to Kanja and or Amin. IPOA has now told us the names of the officers from DCI who went to Migori to go and arrest Ojwang. Can you tell the country how it came to pass that Ojwang was moved all the way, Ojwang, that Ojwang was moved all the way, hundreds of kilometers, contrary to the provisions of normal procedure that would have required that he be taken to the nearest police station in the jurisdiction where he committed, quote unquote, the said crime, and that if he needed to be moved, a magistrate needed to give permission for him to be moved all the way to Nairobi. Could you, IG, tell us why you have found it difficult to arrest these officers? And their names are a little bit disturbing. You tell us why you have not arrested them? Because they're the only ones who were with this young man from the last time the parents saw him well and alive up to the time they came to Nairobi for the country to be told that the young man was dead. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to C.S. Murkomen. C.S. Murkomen, the National Security Council, where you sit, is charged with promoting and guaranteeing security of the country. And you have the audacity to come and face the Parliament of Kenya and tell Kenyans that you don't see, you don't know. C.S. Murkomen, please, for the respect of this young man, you are yet to grow a child up to the age of 31. Can you immediately resign? You are not fit to be in that docket. Please, I beg you, it is not personal. And if you think I'm joking, you are a well-read man. You know that in 2011, in Tunisia, a street hawker by the name of Mohamed Baouzi was killed. And people came into the streets, and the government of President Ben Ali was overthrown. You truly don't know what you're playing with. Please resign. You cannot be an inspiration to be in cabinet.
Senator Majayo. Just proceed, Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to register my displeasure. I want to register my displeasure, Mr. Speaker, with the absence of the IPOA chairman in these proceedings. And I will say this for the record, that IPOA is perhaps the weakest link when it comes to investigating crimes committed by police officers. You have failed this country. The absence of your chairman in a proceeding as important as this is just a testimony of how casually you do your work. To hear that the IPOA chairman is in Arusha undertaking whatever business he's undertaking when this matter is being transacted in the Senate is a shame. Now let me go to the questions that I want to ask. One, to the AG. Was Central Police Station the first police station for Albert to be booked upon arrival in Nairobi? Is that the place where he was first booked